decided to do a stupid thing. I decided to do a stupid thing in which we're gonna sit here until Q's finished. I got it. I I messed up. And what is it doing? Are you having rendering lag right now? Hold on. Sorry, I'm looking at things, going like, you shouldn't be having problems right this second. Fucking thing. So we're 800 in queue. I want to show you that this is what I have to deal with, and the reason why I end up during the middle of the day not playing 14. I always end up playing 14 like after streams, because that number is not 800, which an hour ago was 2000. That number is like 24, because it's like middle of the night. But yeah. So here's how I fucked up, because I gotta talk about how I fucked up. So I log in before 7, and I decided, okay, I need to sit there and like, kind of, it was like at 1,000 or so. Like, I'm like, okay, it might take me 2 hours. No, it's 1,000, so it'll be fine. I get in. I then decide to go to some place where nobody would just sit there and notice that I'm standing by myself. At the same time, I am listening to somebody else's streams, like, stream surfing, and also working upon something else in general. But the problem of me working on something else is that I lose track of time pretty easily when I'm working on something. Because if I'm invested in, I don't know, moving stupid pixels or like vertices, I should say, I lose track, and then I don't care about, let's say, moving my character to prevent them from being away from keyboard. But I have my headphones on, so I can hear the background music of the game, and then all of a sudden I hear that little noise that it makes every now and then, and I'm like, wait, what? And then you hear till the dawn, whatever, the title screen. I'm like, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. And this is like 8 o'clock, and I'm like, oh god, I gotta get in queue, back into queue right now. Why isn't it not letting me back in queue? Oh wait, just because it takes a while to fully log a character out of these games. Finally get back in. 200 or 2,000. Like, ooh. So we're gonna sit here in silence, not in silence. Sit here, kind of, wait. On. I love the rendering lag that just happens sometimes. I'm not even sure why it's happening. Like, you should be fine. Hey, Dins! I am very sorry, but we're waiting here in line. I already gave him a spiel as to why. Hello, everybody. I'll give you a shout out. I hope y'all...
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6.
I love Final Fantasy, lad, technically.
Number 7, 2 number 45.
Yeah, you were playing 15. I need to replay 15 since with the PS5 they gave me like the Royal Edition. I met a hot girl. Yeah, road trip with the lads. Wait, are you talking about the I forget what the Lancer's name is. I mean, sorry, the Dragoon. The Dragoon girl. Arteria? Oh, random girl walking the street. Oh, I thought it was gonna be like the one that you meet as a story point. But no, we're sitting here in queue. Because it's been a month, but there's still a queue. I've been in this queue for over an hour. Though I've only started to stream within the last... How long has it been going? 5 minutes? Yeah. It's only gone down like 200. Some random guy has sports bra and assless whoa. Damn. It fucking knock. But, you know, Noctis is engaged. He cannot be sitting around, you know, doing stuff like that. He can't do it. Lies the description, what? Deception. Oh, links are fine here. He's got Gladio's sisters trying to keep him. Oh yeah, no, I know that. Gladio's sisters really wants that dick. Admiring the scenery. Whoops. I actually clicked the part that sends you to the channel, not the clip itself. Also, because Twitch is weird, I need to probably hit mute. Oh. Oh. That's a design. Yeah, no, it's both assless and crotch. Like, why would you wear that? Hmm. Hmm. Jesus. Let me put sound mix back on. Because, you know, Twitch is weird about watching other people's Twitches unless it's like a special event or something like that, I think. Astrolum? Yeah, damn, for the last... I like how, for like the last... Every time it updates, it's still 800, Jesus. It hasn't even moved down. Like, nobody's logging off. But queuing sim, yes. Queuing sim because I decided that what was more important was instead of sitting back and, like, actually doing things in the game, to sit back and work on something else. Yeah, this world is currently full. I don't even want to try to attempt to, like, exit out of anything. This was what I had to deal with every few days. Like, those streams back in, Those streams back in, early December were doing this. But, like, it was going a lot faster, so I was like, oh, maybe I can... we 50. There were 50 people got kicked out. Or stopped playing. That's good. So now I have to entertain y'all, and not look at my phone. Well, then again, let me look at my... I can't pull up my Twitter on like, anything. Because otherwise, it will be like, here comes some Twitch TOSs. Sometimes the titty comes out on my timeline, and I'm like, oh no. It's Shakespeare of Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy fanfic. I feel like that wouldn't go that well because odds are the majority of Final Fantasy slash fics. Oh hey, we lost another 75. But most of the Final Fantasy slash fics will probably be what would it be? Like Cloud and Sephiroth. It would only center around like Final Fantasy VII. Or maybe we'll get Noctis and the boys. They'd be gay, of course. They'd be gay. They'd be like, because I mean, the only fan fiction it would be yaoi fan fiction. Why is Mog using his spirit on Aerith like that? Oh no. Wait, Mog wasn't in Final Fantasy VII. He's in Final Fantasy VI. No X2 fanfics. Oh god, yeah, I had to retweet that incorrect Final Fantasy quotes today, which is just Yuna like singing Big Fat Tacos, which is just the misheard lyrics of the weapon fights, because it's like for Ruby Weapon, Emerald Weapon, and Diamond Weapon, they remade the Ultima Weapon fight, or the song for it, and instead of it being like all Latin and bullshit, it's just like, no, that we're singing in English, and it's about like beat the heart of Sabik. It's like, beat the heart of Sabik, the heart of Sabik, the heart of Sabik. But people mishear it as Big Fat Tacos. Mm. 70s groovy weapon. Mm. Man, I was just remembering like the little image of what is it? It's like, hey, why? It's like when they designed Ruby Weapon, it's like, hey, why does this mech have teeth? And it's like to protect the tongue. Oh, wait. Next question. This is looking. Dude. Hey, we've gotten down 200 within the last 7 minutes, so that's always great. I'm just once again scrolling my Twitter, just make sure. Sadly, I cannot show my Twitter because, as I said, I just noticed the big Twitch no-nos. It's like, no, I can't show that. Hey, we did a lot of drugs. Just. I don't know. Wait. I mean, granted, the Majima. I don't know. Like, Yakuza's weird where they don't mention, like, drugs at all. But I feel like they don't mention drugs at all because Japan has that weird thing about drugs to begin with. Oh, I should mention this. Like, I will. Those fucking batteries did ship, and once again, thanks Schnitzel, though he isn't here right this second. The batteries ship for my PS3, or for the DualShock 3, which is great because a game that I had planned to stream next week, I cannot actually do it because the L2 and R2 buttons won't work right this second. On the DualShock 5, not because not I mean not DualShock 5, the DualSense, but that's only because there's something weird about how analog buttons work with the PS3 on like what was considered generic controllers. So I cannot. So like I'm sitting there, I'm like, these batteries are going to come here on the 16th, as it says. So it'll be a while. Yeah, but I can't do the game that I was planning on doing next week because in my head I was like, I need to check this right now. I need to check to make sure the game runs, period. Because even though it's on the PS3, I have to ascertain the game, and the issue, once again, the issues with controllers and making sure it works. I can't talk about what it is because I kind of wanted it to be a kind of surprise. But I will have to say that I legitimately laughed at its opening because I seen the opening before and I thought the opening was a shitpost from something else that someone had specifically made. Like, I have seen this opening, but I did not. Hello, TK. Yeah, didn't right, but didn't write into queue. I can't. I don't want to mention it until like I show it, and I don't want to do that. So I gotta find another game to play on Thursday because, or is it Wednesday? No, it'll be Thursday because like I'm definitely finishing 2 games next week. I'm definitely finishing out Star Fox Adventures because we've hit budget zone on that. Oh, hey, we've moved almost 30 people. 29 people have left the world. Have been kicked out. But but now I have to like figure out what I need to do for like maybe a single game or like something I can beat pretty fast. Because I want to play this game. I want to like look at it because I had this urge because I never played it before. And it was just somebody had posted like a GIF on the timeline. Oh no, it was some video on the timeline of failing QTEs in the game. And the QTEs, oh wow. Okay, we're less than 500 now. We're moving. And of course, those were hilarious. And I'm like, I want to see. I want to see. Okay. QT was a quick time movie. Yeah, but now you have an E on the end of it, so you have QTE. QTE. I saw failures of that. I'm like, oh, that seems neat. And then like I boot up the game and I opened it up. I'm like,
It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, no, it's not cuties. Let me look at my timeline. Okay. I see bears eating cookies. That's pretty nice. Oh, come on. If one person left, we have the stupid meme number. The smoky weedy number. I always love the fact that like to reduce loads, they decided like, okay, we're not going to retrieve your character data, so like you can't even get that. Oh wow, we're moving 346 after like sitting on 800 for like minutes at a time. Okay, no, we're still at 346. Are you talking about like the queues or like to not see the number? Because it updates every now and then. So it's just pulling from like where you are like every like minute or so. Oh, the character image? That in a cache. Um, you could, but it's like what you would be saving on quit would be, let's see, race, the clan, which doesn't really matter. That's just like a sub race. The name day, which never matters. Guardian class would be the big issue. Plus, like all your gear, because the character sits there full. So, like the entire character and how they look at that time. Like it's a bunch of data to have things set on like a console or like your PC cache to be like. It's like, oh yeah, we saved all these things. Like, why? Of course, now every time it updates, it's not even going to show me that I moved. Uh. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And dancing? No, nobody wants to dancing Mikote. I will. Do. Yeah, nothing new on my Twitters. Let's. And most user. Oh, Mikote, I believe, are the most. I think like we had that list beforehand. I think it's like female Mikote is like the most common, like on top of like is Mikote in humans. Like, I think bunnies is like towards the, not towards the bottom, but towards the middle. But I mean, like, there was like a lot of. Okay, so I gotta talk about this. So there's a character in the game, you've seen him. His name is Graha Tia. Tia, because of how the race works, Tia, he kind of designates, as a last name in the race is like a designation of you are not like the head of a clan or it's much more than that. It's like you don't fuck. You don't have the ability to have your cat girl harem and fuck them. But every now and then, because when you change a race in this via the Fantasia, they don't offer a name change. So there has been now cases of like I see a bunny boy, but their last name is Tia. Yeah, the cat cell basically. Let me actually read the actual lore. Here. I gotta reach over here for the Encyclopedia Rorzia, which I own. I own the first edition or first volume, which has all about every single one of these. I think they're the Seeker of the Sun. Male Seeker names contain no patronymics and instead are appealed to title denoting their positions in a tribe. Noon for breeding males, or Tia for all others. Basically, if you ever see a Nun, they are legitimately well, they're breedable. They're not submissive. They are the workhorse. They are the one who has to give all the semen. I always like looking at like all these fucking weird shits. It's really funny that they actually put in a bunch of different work for like the names of the races. It's like, oh yeah, there is legitimately like good reasons. Aftermath. I'm just looking through it because a lot of this book contains a bunch of shit that happens before the game. City of Amdapor, Calamity of Water, Age of Enlightenment. Like, they give you, like, a whole bunch of fucking shit in this book. I always like lore books like this. I can't show them, though. Because, like, eh. Because how many pages they put into it? And this is only part 1. 303? Yeah. And there's a second lore book that's, based upon, like, Stormblood stuff. That I do not own, that I wish I did own, but the moment of time I've read aims to sexual meanings. True. Damn, are we still sitting on 346? Come on, move. Come on, let me in. I mean, granted, the evilly stuff was only going to take us like 3 hours, just like last time. Yeah, no, it is gigantic world building. Like, the entirety of the Empire, or the Garla Mauled Empire, is a lot of like actual painstaking world building of this is why they're doing this. They have a good reason outside of, you know, or initial reason, I should say. They even built, like, put in a lot of work of, like, the history. And, like, it's not even just that. It's, like, every, like, within this, it's, like, here's every single organization. Here is all the zones. Every single, like, camp. Like, what's here in the camp. Why it's there. Lore about each of those jobs. You know, including backstory of, like, the people that you meet during the jobs. Stuff about the equipment of the jobs. Because they originally had, like, lore bits about that. It's and at very least, it doesn't make me consistently mad like the, fucking WoW ones did. Where it was like, yeah, no, here's the truth of, like, the Titans and everything. And now I'm mad because WoW lore fucking sucks. Hello, Dev! We're in queue. Hello, old dirty Luke. Hello, the Supreme Gira. Is Marta not streaming right now? But anyways, we're 310 in line. I started the stream 30 minutes ago at 1,100. I just been chatting. Okay, yeah. Wait, we're watching Q? Yeah, we're watching Q because I'm a dumbass. 235. Hey, maybe raiding will cause the thing to actually go much faster. Yes, we're watching Q and then we're going to be doing the Evilise raid. All right, though. Metroid Prime. Ah, Metroid Prime. I'm planning on doing Metroid Prime this year. I still have my copies, and because I have my copy of GameCube, I mean, people on, well, that's pretty much any kind of game that has like abundance. Right now, the whole thing with 14 is they've basically stopped selling the game and have stopped giving out the free trial because there's too many people. Granted, when I started the queue up again, oh wait, 160, which was like at 8 o'clock an hour and a half ago, we were at 2,000 in line. Yeah, I tried buying. Yeah, no free trial, no buy. You gotta wait to either they finally are able to produce servers, which they can't
Oh, God.
because of everything, or you ran him today. Oh, see, I'm fine with the first 8-man rant, 90, P1, because P1 is fine. P1 is easy. P2 can be a little bit troubling, but like, I feel like if you make a mistake, party makes like 20 mistakes in that one, it's easy to kind of pick it back up. P3 is garbage. Continues to be garbage. Continues to be the bane of my existence. Where, like, I still haven't finished that one this week because I got it last, and then, like, we made 2 attempts, and then the party disbanded. Oh, yeah, no, that's... I thought this was the Air to Cloud, so can't they just buy... No, it's not, it's not that. Here's the problem. Because of the semiconductor shortage, you know, the thing that is reason why you can't get your good gaming card and a lot of other stuff, because, you know, you do need some form of processors for servers. They can't get the servers that they needed. And let's be frank about this. This isn't, it's a combination of they already plan to expand. Hey, we're 10 in line. They already planned to expand since last year, like early last year. And between that and having you know, the WoW Exodus happen, it kind of became they couldn't. Because one of the things they were going to do was put a new data center in. And even they said, like, well, our goal is to have it in by launch. And they couldn't meet it because they couldn't find the shit. I guess I said in Skyrim, well, we're almost there. 10 in line. We're now 10 in line. This usually takes, like, a couple of minutes. A minute. Yeah, it's really hard to sit back and you get the stuff if they can't get it. And then again, you know, and then even with all of that, hey, fucking Squinix going, yeah, let's do NFTs. And it's like, that's the reason why this is happening. Yeah. WoW is pretty dead. I don't know. I know people play it, but like, yeah. Yes, I would. And there's 2,000 in line. So there is no, I have very little reason. I would, if I would hit that cancel button, and granted, another pop-up would check, I would end stream, because then it would be another 2-hour wait, 1 hour and a half. Hour and a half. Because I was actually in the game, like, more than, like, before 8 o'clock. But because I was working upon something else on my computer and forgot to constantly, you know, do shit in this game, it kicked me. It's really weird. It's really weird because, like, Square is making money, they're making hand over fist money, but like them going, oh, let's do NFTs, like just makes like no sense. You're not gonna, it's not going to work out for you. It absolutely is not. Like, NFTs are not even a fad. It's basically, it's a forced meme. Because, like, they just said recently, it was like, hold on, I need to just... I got to close my door all the way. It's a forced meme type of thing, where it's like, um, it's only like 400,000 people or something. A world inhabited by horny Lalafell. Never. Fuck. It's just old da. True. No. Well, no. It's also the lost city of no, not Amdapor. What is it? All the Tonberries. Yeah, Lalafell's the Tonberries, and they would turn into Tonberries because of their horniness. That's my new lore. Yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's like, we hear that this is pretty cool, and then, like, why don't we do that? And it's like, no. You guys couldn't be. Couldn't be. They do it with a fashion card. Yeah, true. Hello, Cryomancer Lex. They could, and that's the stupid thing. It's like, all it needs to do is fall flat on its face, and it would be it. Easy. Not the rest. Maybe. But yeah, I think it really only depends upon whether or not they can latch on to some whales. So unless they turn a gacha game into an NFT type of thing, like, it would not happen. And then in my head, I just realized that all Square Enix would have to do is make a triple triad encompassing all of Final Fantasy, and then have, like, the cards be NFTs. And I need to learn to shut up, because I feel like now I put that horrific idea out into the world. And they are nothing more than NFTs. I mean, nothing more than scams. They are... You have a link to an image that says that you own the image. It is... The idea is, oh, we're going to try to help artists to sit back and give them a way to make more money, you know, and support artists. And it's like, no, what you're trying to do is the same thing that happens, like, after an artist dies, where their pieces of work finally become unique and wanted. You know, like your Rembrandts or Picassos or whatever, where, like, because you own it, because via a second-handed market, that, like, that market price gets determined, and it's like, it won't go back to the fucking artist. The artist isn't going to make as much as you would like to think. If these things appreciate in value, it would be the person who bought it from the artist, and the secondhand nature of it is thing. It is just like the secondhand market for retro games, where, oh, looky, here is this $400 copy of Clock Tower 2. Is that going to Capcom? No, it ain't. It's going to that store. The store that probably paid $50 for it because of that. Yeah, we were talking about NFTs. Hello, Galaxy. It's just money laundering. It is kind of just that. We're gonna... Whoops. Don't want to do that. We're gonna be doing Ivalice as a Sage because I recently got Sage up. Hit new game plus. Return to Ivalice. First off, the widely acclaimed performance of the Zodiac Brave story in Garlemald. The Earthborn Theater's troupe, Prima Vista, sets anchor in Kugane with a new story to be told. What brings them to these far lands? Sit back and let them regale you with a tale of the fabled kingdom of Ivalice, and perhaps you will understand. Whoops. Hold up. There we go. So now all I have to do here, and then we go to Kagane. It's not even that like all art. It's the whole secondhand market. It's like buying pieces of work and stuff like that is typically going to be just I'm laundering money. Like your commission artwork off of Twitter isn't. Buying somebody's like big fat titty artwork on Twitter, it's not money laundering. It's actually supporting an actual artist. But like fucking Rembrandts and Picassos and these paintings and stuff like that are typically that type of shit. You have time to watch? I'm not really sure. Yeah, no, it's one of those. Welcome, my lady. There's a young maiden here who would like to speak with you. Look at the cat girl. Oh, don't. How do you know? Yes, I'm doing tactics right. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. Because this is one of the few raids I did not do before Endwalker came out. Or at least didn't show on stream. Ah, there she is. To liberate both Doma and Alamico in the flesh. I am Alina Murila? Correspondence for the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose of the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not like you've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance I passed you by. Yeah, it's a cat girl. I'm here because actually it's best you heard from Alma, but I'm just an observer. Alma, come here! I found her. So I have like no. The only tactics I played was advanced. That didn't make me hate NFTs anymore. Much more. What made me hate NFTs much more was the one with the monkey sex of the guy's dead wife. But it wasn't the guy who commissioned it. Wasn't the actual guy's the widower. It was like a friend of the widower, and they were both lawyers. And like it's fucked. It was fucked. Is this the adventure you spoke of? Indeed it is. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You're his only hope. It's alright, Alma. Retracting unwanted intent might suggest a change of venue. We will wait for you before the Prima Vista, the theater barge to birth the airship landing. I'm pretty sure like every single piece of music here is from Tactics. Because all the Final Fantasy XII music is in Southern Front and stuff like that. Wait, I mean, if this is New Game Plus, can I still see the ship? Yeah, there it is. That's the theater ship. It's a really nice ship. Really nice design. As I said before, I think we better continue this conversation in the privacy of your young lady's barge. Not like I trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone. See, I don't think that. I think that, like, you can't... How it's designed is legitimately... You commission on... You buy a piece of artwork, and it's not that the artwork itself is unique. It is legitimately a link that tells you it's unique. And because it's so... let's just say it's the issues unregulated. It's that I get the idea it's trying to convey, but the reasoning behind it, it's much in the same way as why people will, like, offhand sell artwork second-handedly, which was my entire point. The money is not going back to the artist because the amount of money the artist is making is within the initial sale. If that NFT appreciates in value, let's just say like art does, then the artist doesn't get to see that. Who gets to see it is the person who owns the painting at that point in time, or in this case the NFT, and they get to do these weird secondhand sales. That's the reason why, like, NFTs by their entire inception are kind of dumb. Anyways, you can keep that dark in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army. Oh yeah, they just said that everybody here is Garlemald. Nor are any spies within the troop, at least no known spies. As anyone who's ready to test the majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of dramatic arts to be found anywhere in the 3 great continents and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to the story. It is a little-known fact, outside of Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devout patron of the arts, who supported various theater troupes to the tune of the coin. Yeah, no. Indeed, Solus was so enamored with the majestic players that he ordered the construction of the very airship, that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. Oh, that was so nice of him itself. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now all theater troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit to their works to approval before the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed too vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned, and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders? Well, they're never heard from again. The policy has effectively left playwrights with 2 options: compose their creative imaginative integrity to curry favor with its radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a third option, to express his disapproval for the new Emperor's policies obliquely and obstinately unpolitical works. Hey, Passel! Yes, I am playing the critically acclaimed MMO that you cannot buy. You know, the critically acclaimed MMO, Final Fantasy XIV, that does not have a free trial to level 60, which includes the award-winning expansion Heavensward. You cannot buy this game. You cannot play this game if you are not already on an account. Please die. Pray forgive me for my earlier outbursts. I'm Alma Boss Alexental, daughter of the principal Genomus? Sin Alexental. Tale? May I have you heard my father's latest story, the Zodiac Brave story? On the surface, it's an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worth censors' attention, but beneath it is something quite different. A fact that censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved this fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated the true message. Hmm. Wow, that finds way to see. It's somewhat small on what I'm casting to, but then again, what I'm playing off of. But yeah, that's why I'm trying to at least read the text, especially since there's no voice acting in any of these
では
secondhand
How
ones.
long will your stream for?
Until I beat the
So
evil ace
much.
raid.
Listening is I should come back to the game and only try to sign
Nope.
in on the same server as
No,
you
no,
were
no,
before
no,
you
no.
come online.
By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took to aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing the association with the troop. And by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the majestic of their funding, censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here, right? Allow me then. Oh, Lena. Oh, hey, Sid. You have to always be here, right? I can't wait for Sid to somehow appear in Pandemonium storyline. I've known Genomus here since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I've heard his daughter was in Kugane looking for enlist aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for announcing myself sooner, old friend. Sid was stupidly mad that I didn't help him build a rocket. Genomus and I were from different worlds, but only served to fuel our friendship. Many were nights we would be prattle on in the wee small hours. Warm flagons of peddled ale numbing our minds, the other was naive ideologies. Yet no matter how our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. Truth would be his path to people's hearts. No, actually, this deals with the War of the Lions. This entire raid series and some of the other subsequent things were written by, I forget his name, but the guy who wrote Tactics, wrote Final Fantasy XII, and stuff like that. Is this Chris Christopherson? Even after the Empire forced him from home, Genomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. This is both a mixture of Tactics and 12. Art will ever be strained against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is such a time of uncertainty we must need to embrace our calling and take to the skies so others might do the same. And what I'm trying to say is, rather poorly I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Almost Father and myself who love their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, trying to sell the sack of sunflower to all Megan or Doma who watch their family consume in the flames of a Magitek Reaper. No. How many Erosian adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for a missing father? And in Garlean territory, no less. But you are different. You seem enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So what say you? I make a poor adventurer if I shy away from adventure. Right, so, well, that was the end of... That was a lot of what, the Empire and Varys was about to do, was a race war. Legitimately, he came out and was like, we need to all become one race again. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma can provide you some insight of when we might begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please follow me. Oh, there was one other thing I probably need to do before I start anything. I need to make it so that, like, we'll see the, cutscenes. Hmm? Oh, yeah, no, this is... I decided to do the healing. I'm going to go do Sage through this stuff because, number one, I never really tanked most of the evilly stuff, and I think it would be faster if I was a healer. Though adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, became a hero, accumulating the buff of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that's where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Genomist simply just going to invent something? My father believed that he discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts was largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would have never risen to the throne. His was the next tale we wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. Yeah, no, it is... a second hero? Yeah, I like the sage weapons. According to my father's studies, the young man was of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sisters forced the two to part ways. Yet the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the pauper's rise to regret. You must forgive me, but I never heard anything make claims. How do you exactly know your father came by this information? It is a long story. One by which begins and ends with Genomist becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as the Academy days, Ivalice had Genomist firmly in his grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he chose off this place as refuge, was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It's long been my father's belief that the ruins of the ancient Ivalice lie beyond Naxia, buried beneath the sands of Dalmascan Desert. Pull Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations until the Empire came calling. Well, when not touring, my father will organize expeditions in Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Something that would bring back the strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals. Crystals unlike anything other. When was it simple? It was never quite simple. I mean, even the first game has time travel and stuff. My father called them Aurosite and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12, it's magnificent. Evalician legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It was during his quest to gather Aurosite that young Delita rises to prominence. Kingdom Hearts was simple. You mean the first game? And none of the others. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell me how Aurosite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed they were speaking figuratively, that the stories of beauty rose his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Engashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, he often heard him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that there was something else in mind. It was as if he was talking to my mother. My mother had passed several winters ago. Oh no, he was going crazy. Might this not been a mere loneliness, or perhaps a strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Okay, so here's our other character of the story. Alma, who are these people? I told you not to. I do not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good if you join us, Ramza. Let me to introduce...
I love the music in this.
Enough, Master Sid. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just all the tactics music. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we're still Garleans, and we still have our pride. Unlike some, it seems, we would require neither the aid nor pity of foreign rabble. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are foreign rabble. This land's customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct a search without proving guide. Your sister's right, Ramza. As for my good friend, your mistrust is ill-placed. I'll personally vouch for her character. In all the time I've known her, she's never once let anything insignificant as race or creed color her judgment. You're likely to have her. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why you refuse us? I have to deal with Omega. You know why? Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Geminus to his fate. I'm sorry.
We have deal with Omega.
I know, but at the time that this patch came out, Sid was in the middle of dealing with Omega. So you have to deal with that. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Robin Oster, it might be admit that we are in our depths. Our brother Lisk's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Robin Oster into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot in there without proper escort. I've realized that now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw opportunity to rescue our father, so I took it. Whatever led you to believe that your father was in Dalmasca's capital. My father's fascination with Evelician legend began with a trip to the Antidulian city long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that's where he's returned. Now you must excuse me, I need some time to think. In Alma, I shall leave you and your brother to Thrace's capable hands. She's ever repaid my trust with interest. You were due to grant her yours. Thank you. Well, won't forget the kindness. Okay, now Sid X's the story because...
Donald Duck, the ultimate, Mage's all final fantasy, will make an appearance.
Never. You don't get Donald Duck. You get hold on. We need this. You'll get Yokai Watch shit, and you'll like it. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will hold judgment until after Dalmasca. So let's go to Dalmasca. Oh, Donald Duck, the ultimate mage.
I want Donald Duck, the ultimate mage.
You know, after he you know, Donald pretty much died after he cast Zeta Flare. He could, probably. Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outmost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from sending army, but I would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barges' exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as land below. You may want to hold on. We are going to Dalmasca! There you go. Wow. Oh, Donald, you cast it again. Donald, why did you nuke the... Zeta Flare is probably just as strong as a nuke, isn't it? Oh no, I'm leading down to some terrible things. Okay, hey, it's moving. Yeah, no shit. Most things can kill a behemoth. He could one-shot a behemoth. Let us sit.
Donald Duck could one-shot Ifrit.
It depends upon which Ifrit. We'll complete our descent into Rabanastre in the shuttle. We're going to Final Fantasy XII before we go to any other ones. No. Ramza! I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father will never forgive me if you try to lose you trying to rescue him. Sad. Come, we are wasting time. Oh, yeah, that's true, maybe. Because there's like so many different Ifrits. Desert. There it is! The royal city of Rabanastre. Look! Final Fantasy XII. You know, I'm kind of wondering if, like, one of the actual shards is the stuff in 12 and Tactics. Because there's multiple reflections. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that this is not the first settlement to stand here. Then your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop of the royal city of Lesalia, the capital of Ivalice. But if that's true, it could change history. We could be famous. Famous? Are you trying to? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Pah! It kind of all like parasite grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Bold words for a boy with but 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve so spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead you to something bigger, well then I'll probably be the worst reporter in the realm if I didn't pursue it. Huh? It's quiet. Too quiet. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to Prima Vista and report our army of adventurers. That is some time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. What could be out there in the whole thing? Could there be some races? Alright, have fun. You see, as I said before, brother, let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool, do you not see that one? Slayer of gods, they call her. Warrior of light. Look, it's the Bonga. It is in Texas. Alright. So, we want the royal city of Rabanastre. And it'll take me 6 minutes. Yeah. Lovely sage weapons. Also, I have yet to use this ability. I pretty light shows. I like this dumb class. Apex. Though, of course, going through this dungeon, I'll be at level 70, so I won't even have, like, half of these abilities. Well, not even half, like, I won't have some of them. Which is the one that allows me? Oh, this one. Okay. Dude. Okay, we're done with raiding queues, and then to get into the game, it's now time for queues to get into dungeons, and then for people to complain because they ended up getting this dungeon in their roulettes. Because that's an issue. It's always fun to sit back and be like, haha, my roulette is Cypress Tower. You know, a tower that doesn't take that long to beat. But then it's also like, but then it's like Evilise always takes so many people because it actually has mechanics that require people to be like, pay attention. Like, pay attention to what's happening. And people are like, no. At least the first one's pretty simple enough. Pay attention in my MMO. I know. Like, some people think... Here's the worst part. Like, every time there's a new expansion, like, it becomes slightly easier to do some content. But there's always, like, encounters within this game that still requires people to pay attention, and then they don't decide to pay attention. It's the reason why, like, God, the third stream of me doing Endwalker, the first hour and a half is, well, there's legitimately an hour and a half of me basically, like, doing the exact same boss, and I'm doing it fine. But everybody else isn't. Why did you say it's a telekinetic? That's just how it is, man. Because Gundam is cool. I mean, wait, hold on. Where is it? I mean, Astrologian. I mean, you have this. And you have everything floating like that. Also, Reaper. Reaper has been really fun. Legend suspense. Yeah, they kind of do. It's one of those things where one of the reasons why I hate doing the third fight in Pandemonium is because it's pretty obvious that people are not paying attention, and sometimes even I barely pay attention, and I get hit by something I shouldn't have. But it's also like, please, why healer die? Why are the healers dying? Please stop. Please, I just want my piece of gear. I just want my gear. Get me my gear. Yeah, and I can understand, like, used to be, when I'm running my daily stuff, I might actually have something on in the background. Gib, I know. Gib. I want my gear because... Oh, wait. Because I'm gonna replace this with like the newest piece of gear from that. But I need my pants. Give pants. It's like I don't even have the gear to sit back and do savages because I just don't care. But then again, we're about to go into a 24 man, which also means that like certain people will not be like, hmm. I think it's if you know what you're doing and you can sit back and divert enough attention, then it's fine. Like even playing games on stream, I am technically diverting my attention just a bit. Because I have to pay attention to chat, and I have to pay it. Not only do I pay attention to chat, but like, you know, actually say something. So when I'm in the middle of like just unga bungaing, you know, there's always other things. Dude, 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 beep. Would you please pop? Rabanasa is pretty well. Doom can be pretty calming. As I said, it also depends upon like how good you are. How many times have you done this right? None. Sometimes it's soothing. Come on, you said wait time 6 minutes. It's now 9 minutes. How dare you lie to me, timer? I am a healer. You should be putting together a massive healer party. And all I have is me and a DPS. Wait. Oh yeah, no, I can't. Wait, what? Can I deal with cooking right now? Do I even have enough materials to deal with like the level of cooking thing? Restoration 4. I need maple syrups. No way, I don't mean maple syrups. I need set wheat flour, which I don't have a lot of. I've been like putting off leveling crafters until I get a little bit more money because I've been kind of sitting at broke. You mentioned cooking and I was like, oh, here's my cook. Is culinary. Where is all my shit at? Let's see. No, it's in character. Let's see, 41, 60, 53, 54, 54, 54, 42, 42. I have 55 on both of those, and Fisher's 5. I've started leveling Red Mage as well. Trying to get that up. And then I can level probably Machinist. And then I can do all those job quest things. Ah, there we go. The Royal City of Rabanastre. Now, these dungeons are actually kind of, as I said, there's mechanics that people need to be placed. Oh yeah, no, that's fucking fun. Because yeah, no, he is a sage, but this dungeon is at least slightly easier nowadays, I think. Look, it's those motherfuckers. Yeah, we still need. I kind of wish that we had some other pet class other than kind of what Summoner is. Oh, I forgot something. Nobody needs to see what other. We don't need gamer words. In case I keep forgetting. It's you know, this is the first 14 stream of the year. So, oh hey, we got ourselves a warrior. They can just heal themselves, can't they? And now you're gonna watch. Now it's time to watch how boring Sage actually real. Whoa, hold on. You're gonna watch how boring playing a Sage really is. So I kind of need to be closer so I can at least pop these on. Okay, once again, remember when I talked about mechanics? We're gonna watch as people stop doing mechanics in a second. For example, I needed somebody else over here to help me plug up this. Oh wow, we actually did that. I'm not sure. Actually, 2 people just died right now. I'm not sure why. But it should be fine. Anyways. Anyway. Okay. Alright. We're doing fine now. I do it because I don't trust... I don't trust... I mean, griefing is the other thing. Ooh, cool. Let's see, do this, and then break so we can heal. Doesn't look like anybody's drowning. But it does look like this bubble might pop in a second. Oh, wait, no. Somebody drowned. Never mind. I'm gonna need to eat some air for a second before I do this. There you go. Yeah. Where is he? Come on, get up, man. Get up, man, so I can... There we go. Yeah, sometimes it happens. You know, people just drown. But yeah, we're gonna be... Rabanasta is at least the easiest one of these. Actually, the true question becomes, how many people are going to die to Meteor?
You are lucky. I didn't box you, lizard
Yeah,
boy.
that's true. Oh no, seek bandits. Actually, I don't did that when I don't need to. I just... Oh god, he's dying. Hold on. How are you dying? You're a fucking warrior. Send in the black chocobos. They're everywhere. Now we have to run away.
How are the black chocobos on the ground? This isn't a forest.
It's fine. Someone died to the red chocobo! Also, all the treasure checks from mimics. Man, dealing with red choke... Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. I just remembered something. I remembered that between Rabanastre and, like, the next dungeon, there's a little solo duty. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some real fun. But yeah, most of these are, I think, the bosses from 12. The summons from 12. Yes, I'm doing a healer, which also means that I'm doing fun shit like not like attacking. I mean, red chocobos are really fun to fight. Oh wait, it wasn't even a solo duty. It's okay, on the day this came out, I'm pretty sure like the raid, it's like you had a whole bunch of people having to basically proc red chocobos, which meant that you just had like meteors happening everywhere because fucking red chocobo. Alright, hold on, Sand Spheres. Wait, hold on, this guy's like half health. I am heal slutting, except we're about to get... here you go. People aren't caring. I also am doing this because I just want to do something else than just be a paladin. And also, I barely ever have tanked these things. So, I'm just going to have to be on res support because this always happens. People cannot get out of the way of these fucking... Oh, God. Blocks.
ララエンターズ社、ザバー、You aren't as good at healing as I am.
Yeah, I get that. That's what they... it would also help that the other healer would, I don't know, say, not die. Okay. And I couldn't put out the GCD before.
I liked healing but I was a better DPS.
Oh no. Oh no, it's these things. Oh no. I'm gonna put a shield on him and put a shield on him because, oh god. I don't even have my ability to, Oof! I love that. I love that sound. The sound of being able to press this button. Oh no. This is kind of fucked. Okay. Can I... No, I cannot shoot. So it wasn't until, like,
Now,
Endwalker...
Replay Final Fantasy Tactics. The music calls to me.
The musical. Yeah, it kind of would, wouldn't it? So, I know this boss is a summon in 12 because I play 12. But like, does that actually appear in like Tactics as well? Because I haven't played Tactics. I've only played like Tactics Advance.
How to be a good DPS. Never die unless your tanks do first. Don't get hit by dodgeable circles. Understand the instance you are in. Stay fairly near to the healer so they can heal you. Call the healer. A-Slat. Call the tank racial slurs.
Okay, but you're forgetting the one important part of being a healer, or I mean being that is you're forgetting one of the best parts about being a DPS. Parse matters. Nothing else matters. Getting hit. Did you get hit? No. Is your parse high? Sure. That's my understanding of being a tank or DPS. Make sure parse is high. Be parse. Oh, this is gonna be really fun.
Hit them really hard together.
Mm-hmm.
The bar is concerned with making sure people are high.
Okay, so one of my fucking, like... Why are you doing that? Why are you using your stupid long cooldown? Anyways, what group am I? I'm B. You've entered the Garage Scythe waterway. Remember when you went into the sewers in Rabanastre? The tunnel said it existed since before even the Kingdom Dalmasca was born. The city grows, channels are widened, new outlets are dug, and I would venture that some of the pools are so deep, no one ever alive has seen the bottoms. Now, does B group get... Yeah, B group gets the underwater segment. Swimming. Actually, I'm trying to remember. Was there any swimming? There was no swimming areas in Walker, was there?
Also, don't grab a unless you are supposed to steal aggro from the tank if you can and then blame them for not generating enough hate. Then call them a filthy rifle uncle viper.
Which way? Way again? Up this way. Bow, 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 do, 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 do. Anyways, here's the royal city of Lesalia. Whatever. We'll dismiss the guy. I guess we can. He's offline. Impossible! We just suddenly found this lost city. But tactics? Pretty sure it's tactics. Why? They're doing this.
Every DRG is bad.
Yeah, pretty much. I would sit back and say that might not be true, but then it's like, no. Hello, killers. Welcome to Evilise.
Chaos.
No chaos. There's no chaos in Evilise.
What a shame.
No, there's no shame in having no chaos here.
I got tons of commendations when I leveled DRG specifically because I wasn't rated and not because I was particularly good at it. But
That's
we
nice.
need both order and
Chaos.
This is an SMT. No, we don't.
Chaos.
Also, I probably need to...
DRG is the most brainless DPS job, so they have no excuse.
No, I think Summoner now is more brain dead than the Dragoon is. I would also say Reaper is also kind of brain dead.
Dex!
Yes. Anyways. Ah! It's fine. You know what? This is entirely perfect because all I have to do is hit this button and then hit this button because I know what I'm doing now. The thing's off. There we go. And then I click this and there's no heal. There was no heal because I think all the things broke, but nah. No kill Froggy. Yeah, but nowadays it's not because it's about Lego bricks. Wait. It's not built. Are you trying to say I'm not real? Wait, wrong button. Wrong side! Also, I need to hit these. Oh no. Wait, what did I get hit by? Hold on, when everybody gets together, I'm gonna do it again. And just go crack. Okay, so here comes the worst part about this boss in a second. The Reaper died. Hold on.
No.
Because this is the next part that, like, fucks with people. For some ungodly reason, it just fucks with people. Okay, without light. Okay. So people are stupid and they think stand in the circle when it's actually interact. And you have to pull these out so you cannot get hit by this. Yes, he does.
All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ.
We did. And look what it caused. Hey. We are now boss dead. Anyways, I'm gonna try to run here and trigger the cutscene so we can do. Here feels wrong. Can't you sense it? Death awaits us in yon chamber. But I want to be Naruto. Is it to be a fight then? I'm too happy to help you. Okay. They're already pulling because fuck me. That's fine.
Like sheep before the wolf. Who dares disturb the slumber of Ardath Fadalfos, rightful king of Ivalice? I am the truth.
The ones that popping up are not part of this cutscene. That's because they're fighting them. We're not doing Kyritos. No black swordsman here. Okay. Nobody cares that I was watching the cutscene. So you don't even, okay, so here's the mechanic. If you see a white face, you actually have to do what they tell you to do. If you see a black face, you have to do the opposite. I should have used angelic face and fucking demonic face, but yeah. Hey. Bum 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 bum. Da, 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 da.
You are the blood to stain the circle.
So I assume this is also music from Tactics.
To see the depths of your own weakness laid bare. Maggots.
Whoops, didn't want that.
You do not belong in my world. Step into nothing. I am the lies upon which you sup.
Yeah, there it is. The devil face. This one means look at him.
The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
Oh, oh yeah, this part. He gives the confusion stat.
You are the blood to stain the circle.
Fuck. Okay, wait. Oh, hey! I somehow dodged that. What do I got? Don't move. Don't do shit.
You will be judged.
And oh, I'm an idiot. I'm like, why can't I do anything else? Oh yeah, no wonder. The voice of God turns eternal riot. Of course we have people who can't.
Yes, I think this may be from Tactics. The previous song, I pointed out was the standard battle music.
Yeah. Yeah. Ah, why?
You know what you did?
Wait. There we go. I'm doing good. The people who are dying are people who are dying because of stupid shit. They should have learned how to avoid that stuff.
Where am I? This body. It is not my own. Oh, gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
No, fucking Avalon threw something in my
Ramze
face.
is the main character of Tactics.
Yeah, I know that part. Pass. Pass. I don't know if I don't have that card or not. I don't even know if I've had those. Yeah. Alright. You received play commendations for.
Zaba is the final boss of the
No, I'm
next
not.
FFXV expansion.
15? They're not making any more things for 15, though. Working. Yeah. Where am I? Father! Ramza and the Warrior of Light? Yes, I know of you, but you should come to my rescue? Words fail me. A poor playwright I must
I
seem.
bet the run over a lizard in that FF15 card.
Oh no!
Zaba is a DPS check. Throw things
No.
at him until he's slain.
You cannot DPS check me. The term you're looking for is thank you. Upon which I note, I, Bagaman, bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now hand over the aura sight, unless you want to see the desert sands turn red and be click. Hijuk here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one, she will bring it to me. Yeah. The cat thing. It did the cat pose. Do it. Mhm. Yes, this is it. The Duma. And to think we found it so close to Doma. The Duma of Doma. Eh. Oh no! Enough, Broggy. We will not have our guests think us so underbred. Yes, gun. Yep. He used the gun. You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now hand him to him. Unhand him, damn it.
Zaba, S character only knows the kinds of names. The names of people who are her height or taller and shorty.
Which is most of them. Of course, a Bonga is always true to his word. I'll keeping this, though. So yeah, there's a bunch of, like, 12 races in this. Father! Here's the Bonga. Yeah. Got Bongas in here. You only have yourself to blame for this, but if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods. Not like they're listening. Get up, fool. We're leaving. You shot him. Okay, I guess I didn't get hurt that hard.
Green man green.
You're gonna be alright. We cannot see your father's herds. Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista. How? I don't know. I mean, we basically took a water slide down to here.
Banga, banga, banga. I
Banga.
don't wanna leave the Congo.
Bongo. Genomus is in deep slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I'll send word to Sid. I hope you don't mind. We're going back to Kugane. We're leaving Robin Oster behind. Alma, Ramza, can you ever forgive me? And you, Sid, it was never my intention to put you in such trouble. I am ever in your debt. You've done the same for me, Genomus. Besides, there's Theresa here who've done all the trouble. If anyone deserves thanks, it's her. He is right. I've done naught to deserve your kindness, yet I am a beneficiary nonetheless. Bum, 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 bum. So if I understand correctly, you're saying the Aurosite does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as we assume with the case of Yissel and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. If that's the case, our Charlian allies would need to form immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, do you find out what you came looking for? Legend would have us believe that Delita Heriel, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story. But I have discovered there was another, two others, in fact. Siblings who rose fated from the secret retellings of the story, a brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. Then, to prepare for the assignment, I pored over every published work on the Evelician legend I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings. Hold on, I think cat one's out. But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Lita had chosen a close companion named Ramza, who aided him in his rise to power. This in turn led me to Alma, and that I might never lose sight of the truth. I named my own children after these lost players. I am so sorry I have ever told you any of this, Sid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is, and forever will be my calling, my purpose. My family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me as Jinmos Xin Lexental, but that is my stage name. My true name is Arazlam. Arazlam Durai. Countless generations past, my ancestors who penned the Durai papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era. You are tired, Father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oran Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Oran found himself in the service of Papa become king. Following the War of the Lions, Oran believed that the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake. The Durai papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in the church vaults, the truth about Ivalice along with them. What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing? The answer to the question you can find in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. Forbidden Chronicles, a secret family legacy. Not that I doubt you, Genomus, but like, how do you expect to convince people of all this? Well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice is nothing but a bedtime story. By proving that it is anything but. And people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall in place. Were as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we would, of course, have done so long ago. But alas, it is not. The derived papers you see are written in High Evalician, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher the tome, but for want of other sources, made only for fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. Then the diary stolen by the Bonga bounty hunters? I'm afraid so. Everything we've learned of the language was contained in those pages. No, not that short. Then we'll be right where we started. Not necessarily. We have the transcripts as well as some few translated passages, and of course my father's impeccable memory. I've come too far to allow such a simple setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth if it's the last thing I do. It is Master Garland said, the man is obsessed, and I fear Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre of his life, and he already speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe, please. Ooh, Aura side.
How many citizens have left your character something in? There will
Probably,
be more than one.
probably a lot. After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. But the problem would be getting sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians that have based their careers on the presumption that it does not. Not that I've ever been the one to shy away from the challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in Thracia, then I'm in. If you're not, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing me from me soon, now much I promise. Thracia, where in the world have you been? I've been here for 2 seconds. Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexitel's research into Yara's side might have finally borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us. Legitimately, that was the end of a patch. Now we're on patch, 4.3? Bum, 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 bum. Thracia, Lady Marilla, thank you for answering my summon. Master Garland was kind enough to send an Archon from Charlian. I thought it was only right you be present to hear our findings. To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more of Y'shtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery. I am Mikoto of House Jinba, a Doman, though my years in Charlian have made me a stranger here. You must be Thracia Wormhelm, fabled liberation of man. Slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller. Fuck you! What are you talking about? I am the tallest one here! It's like, that would make sense if my character was a Lalafell, but fuck off. Let us speak of the crystal. The Otis, one of the many Auroside shards, aided the noble Delete's rise to the region. My apologies. The Otius is no
レアキャ
ordinary
ラクターイ
crystal.
ズガッデムジャイアント
I know. Even discounted its obvious historical importance, the specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementary aspected energies. It is, rather, an etherical lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distinct frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations have been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The result of neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determinate factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward to a frequency so labored. The estimates place the value of VRT decay as an upwards of several centuries, though I must admit sufficient varieties. I like sufficient variants to completely, truly comprehend graphical assessment. Those were a bunch of words. While that explanation might elicit a marinars from your professors at the academy, it would only a blank looks here. Take a deep breath and explain it again, this time in a language with those without the echo might comprehend. My apologies, I merely thought... It is a very wordy way to, I mean, it is supposed to be evilese, and the person who wrote this was the guy behind tactics in Final Fantasy XII, so, apologies, we'll see us nowhere near to an answer. A simple explanation will. Simpler, right, Aether is not the only building block of all things material, but those of immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one very own will are understood to be a etherical phenomenon, and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which can emit elemental energies, Aurosite not only turns to absorb Aether, but Aether specific to the immaterial. The ether that is stored and multiplied within the crystalline confines until an external stimuli precipitates release. I guess that's a little bit better. Try again. Okay, under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can be imprinted upon the aurosite and stored until formation, at which time the desire becomes manifest. Fermentation? What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the Otis takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them a reality. Yes, that is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that summoning of a primal. There being one marked difference, primal summoning requires a supplement energy source, such that as a horde of elementary charged crystals. Aurosite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. Hello. I've never played Tactics. That's the thing. And assuming if the rumors are true and we are going to get a remaster or some kind, akin to like Final Fantasy VIII remaster or the Mana Collection, then I will eventually play it then. We know that the derived papers were that Argoth was never king of Evilise. He was slain in a battle during the War of the Lions. Yet Argoth's encounter during a recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned again, I believe. This was merely the Aurosite in his possession, realizing his desire to rule. Well, I would also say, if I can say, the Pixel remasters. If we're getting something akin to like the Pixel remasters or the Chrono Trigger port to PC that was after when they fixed the things, then maybe. I am informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that's the case, it is possible that it was not actually Argoth who uttered them, but an Aurosite itself. If the derived papers are accurate, Argoth was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The Aurosite took that belief and twisted into an abomination we, Theresa put to the sword. I do want to see some guys. Then are you saying that the crystal could prove a threat? The aura side, Alma. And not necessarily. Ramses sees fair well enough, and there's no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the judge, aura sight should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. No, now where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was Emperor Galvus' justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms, where after all was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the 3 great continents. Poogers. You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they're like Magitech, some products of science and not nature, that they were created by someone to... But who? What manner of person would ever be capable of such a feat? That's his 12th costume. I want to sit back and say yes, I think. But we'll talk about Ash's involvement, if they are in this game, in a minute. Now that I was into the question, the answer I look forward to hearing, regrettably, I will be pressing matters attention elsewhere. Fear not, however, Mikoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. And then Sid once again exits the plot of the story. I think it might be in, but I'm not 100%. If it is, it's either in... It's a costume within the Evilise raids, or it's a costume or a set of gear within the Save the Queen storyline, which I won't be doing because there's no new game plus for Save the Queen, and it's kind of... It would not be... It's not really that great of a streamable thing. Because there's a lot of grinding involved. What I don't understand is... if Duma was imprinted with an Argo of Steve's desires, then who desires are rattling inside the Otius? I had the self-same question and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but all intents and purposes the vessel was empty. Empty? But what are the voices I heard? What? Voices? I've heard nothing of the sort. The only verses you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. Ramza, why won't you... Shall we speak of voices, then? What of yours, Alma? A resonant voice of dissent. You have not but to question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Why would you put your petty worries above our family's calling? No, I would never... You would never? Then involve a gossip monger and goody two-shoes and this flying mole? Huh? Please tell me you can see that. Hello. Ah. Hello. It's a Moogle. Let's talk to the Moogle. Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance in your fine troops' ranks can wait until all is said to their peace, Kupo. Guards, get this. Mont Blanc. The name's Mont Blanc. Designated Damascus desert, seek of the thrills, adventurer extraordinaire, but you can call me Mont Blanc, Kupo. The mascot has been long known as a melting pot of Marauder cultures, where minor races such as Sikh, the Bonga, and the Viera might live in relative harmony with Fiora, Elzin, and others. Yet there is no record of a prominent Mughal population. Most likely because we never prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and freedom she promises, Kupo. Mughal? Of course I'm a Mughal, Kupo. You think my adorable rings and fluffy palm would be given away? But what about my mission to the Majestic? I will not allow such thing. The Majestic is the Emperor's premier theater company. We will not sully his good name by granting refuge to a fluttering ball of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did his abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? Oh no, it's crying! By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for his mission to the company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites. Do you? No, father. Very well then, Mont Blanc. What can we call you to the stage? Our stage. What is it called? What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Kupo. Never have I written something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special, something positively transcendental, Kupo. It was there I realized I either had to be part of it or go to my grave a bitter and broken Mughal. Was the realization before or after you sort of simply had become the great realm's greatest marauder, Kupo? No. Now there's more of them. Birdie, how did you... Perhaps you have more success running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happen to meet, Kupo. Was it not 2 nights ago you took upon the axe, Kupo? Now here you're professing your passion for stage before carving even a single notch in your shaft? In your haft? Do you not remember, to he who charms the butter goes the sweetest bread? But how is one savored the butter and said by the bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up? I merely came to the realization that continuing would be an up and failure. Only to a change of course do I could reach my final destination, Kupo. And that destination of what? Murmur? Are you sure you're not a geomancer? Arithmetician? Templar? Don't bother answering, Kupo. We all know you'd be singing a different tune come cockcrow. This is where you're mistaken, Hurdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I could feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me. Made for me, Kupo. Yeah. Kupo, enough. The actors of the company are trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of profession not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. As a vagrant bat mole like you could never hope to share a stage with such an artist, let alone the part of a hero like Delita, or whatever. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theater critics? Any troupe would need proof of valor before it could even consider. Kupo. Craven? You call me a cheat and a cur, but do not, sir, call me a craven. I accept your challenge. Slay with one foul beast by my own hand, and the Majestic Theater Company will accept me into the ranks, Kupo. Wait, I answered no such. You will all bear witness, Kupo. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you will be honored bound to welcome me, Mont Blanc, the Murmur, into the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day. Kupo, how wonderful. What do we do now? Well, it's more, I'm pretty sure Kupo is more like Des, where it's like, it's supposed to represent the end of a sentence. What do? We do nothing. If that bat mole wished to throw himself in the horns of a stampeding Dizol, I will not stand in his way. I believe the proper term degradation is Molbat, and I should warn you, Muggles do not take kindly to those who use it. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you not learn nothing from Argiv's wretched example? Kupo, 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 kupo. Mont Blanc will never set on fool's errand if you not make the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands. Theresa, you're the only one who's capable of locating Mont Blanc and preventing disaster on behalf of my brother. I beg your assistance. Sure. It's easy to say Kupo. Kupo. There we go. My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matter. Things that impress him warrior, light, and companions. Mont Blanc would likely choose the scene of recent exploits to prove his worth. Meaning Rabanastre, if I'm not mistaken. On my language, but Ramza is really incurable little prick, is he not? How dare he speak to his sister and Moogle in the same manner? I could not decide which was worse. The things he said or the way the principal sat back and let him say it. But I suppose it's none of a concern. For now, let's concentrate on the task at hand, finding that Moogle before he does something we all regret. Whatever we start nearby. Pier 2, perhaps? Now, I remembered this quest only because I remembered the red chocobos and the fun that red chocobos lead to. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. Look, it's Yoshi P. Here too. The Falcon Porter tells us he's been traveling the blacksmith away from Yangtze and not Bell's Pass. Why would it be a bit of interest to you, perhaps? Because said pillar of iron and steel was seen carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Mont Blanc. Not that we need to look at that, Kupo. Quickest route to Damascus via the One River in his western tributaries. If Mont Blanc is dead from Rabanastre, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin. So now we have to. Let me just go up. No, Othard. Glittering Basin is this one. Bum, 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 bum. Now we go for freedom. Hello. Hello, Rising. I don't know why, like, I couldn't, like, see your name until, like, the most recent thing, but I realized that the second part is a mad one. And not like what I was ever trying to pronounce yesterday. I think it's because like whatever it shows in all caps here on the event list. I was like, what? But hello. We are doing the Evilise raids. It's okay. Yeah. And I need to go save Mont Blanc from...
Your character has a huge ball right now.
Yeah. Okay. I gotta save Mont Blanc from this. I want to see what this looks like. Oh, I just shoot a laser. Okay, cool. So this thing had a big issue on launch day where there was too many people doing this quest. And because of that, there was so many red chocobos. There was so many red chocobos.
massive goal for massive amount of future generation.
Okay. He couldn't even kill a red chocobo. Montblanc, what were you thinking? Have you no idea how you put your brother through? He's been worried sick. Well, welcome back home. Both Purdy and Ramza were right all along. I'm a failure, a flop, a flailing, flappy, floppous failure, Kupo. How can I play the part of a hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a seeing measly bird? The audience will see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am. No, wait, Montblanc. Not everyone can be a hero, not even the most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of a man who deals with the final blow, but what if the loyal cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Theresa here was alone when she liberated Al Amigo? I wish I was alone. What's red chocobos? Red chocobos, like, okay, so chocobos are like the default mounts of like Final Fantasy. They're in like a lot of the games. The red ones are, well, they're red, but they have the chance of summoning meteors. And it also makes them extremely dangerous because of that. Never alone. So you're saying that you'll always be there for me? For Montblanc? I think she was speaking metaphorically. Let's not drill on the details. The day is saved. Montblanc has gave the Sans Scather single cinch show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. So there's a thing called the Sudden Front, and one of the little like fates things that you can do is like hunt for Red Chalktober, which is it's you fight this fucking chocobo. It's a red chocobo, and it's just AoE damage everywhere. Yeah, red chocobo Sephiroth. It pretty much is. You can say red. You can make fun of it like that, but like kind of. They're fucking dangerous.
Kupo means fuck.
They give me the option to like no. Be nice to the Levias. No.
Zaba, you are my favorite streamer. Kupo.
It's like, you're my favorite streamer. Fuck. Oh no. Great, the bongas are here. And there's gun. Please, this ship is a place of peace. Release my sister. You answer to me. Mike. Oh no. When the cat's away. Put that damn little thing down, Ramza. You're not helping manners. We have no quarrel with you and yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, Bagaman. You seek our help? You who threatened to kill my father, who stole our work and made fools of us all? Never. Unfortunate, exactly. Silence, Ramza. They have Alma. We will hear what they have to say. As we said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what is necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer you your journal as an act of good faith. Okay, here's my gun.
You are my favorite streamer. I am a lucky Kupo.
This is rather a lot to digest, but your claims do coincide what we've learned about the Aura site.
I don't like streamers. I
Oh
don't
my.
like golden showers.
You're saying that Crystal did something to our captain?
I don't even recall banger from the original game. I believe Tactics
Yes,
Advance
it was definitely
but
Tactics
I know,
Advance that
same universe.
they are definitely from Tactics Advance, but like we don't talk about Tactics Advance. We'll talk about 12. Because this also has some stuff to do with 12. I mean, we were just in Dalmasca, you know. After being emptied of Argos' will, the Doma sought of another to sate his appetite for ether. You saying that the crystal ate our captain?
I like lizards so. I like the work. Pet the seal for me.
Actually, yeah, I can pet the seal. Wait, are you talking about this? Because I was thinking about the one that I have in game. I can't move my arms. That's what sucks. You know what? How about this? Hold on. How do I? Hold on. Does this work? That. This sucks. There. Ah! No. I can't use my arms.
Java just scared me for life.
What's the meaning of Kupo? Kupo is just the thing that
What's the meaning of Kupo?
it's just the
Kupo.
thing that the Mughals say. Not his body, no, only his soul.
I am forever
His soul.
scared.
Well, I couldn't do that, and I'll pet the seal as soon as I get the other thing. Tell me, what's your opinion, your leader's deepest desire? What was it they longed for above all else in the
You don't
world?
have arms, boyo.
I have arms, it's just I can't move my arms. Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They show themselves for the beasts they are when they put the knife to your throat.
I
First
am
mole
honest
bats,
with
now
them.
lizards.
I am
This one's
deeply
tongue is
so
pure
using
poison.
Satan too. My shame is great.
And-
Tell the seal you are
Yes, I know.
sorry.
The boy can call us
That's
whatever he
racist.
pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better. That's racist. It is kind of racist. Your failings? I am sorry, Wiggly. I'm sorry I cannot use my arms to peck at you. 30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not awaken sweat and at the memory. Oh. We are full sailors in the Damascan army, stationed at the royal stronghold at Nalpina. Nalpina fortress was reputed to be impenetrable, yet its fall to the 4th Legion it provided a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Damascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. Bagama was our captain, and once it was clear as day he would not be ours, Prince Rosler, commander of the garrison at Nalpina, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness' twin sister, the Princess Ashlea, away from the fortress and thence to safety, but things did not go as planned. I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms, but a stone's throw from where Garam Saif waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her, to survive. For as long as even a single Damascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. Because it's part of 12. This thing is a combination of tactics and 12. Like, the first dungeon is Dalmasca. Yeah. But it should not be us who have survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory, and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are not but cold-blooded lizards deserving whatever scorn you deign to help heap on us. I think we should safely assume that deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with the self-loathing born of the sense of powerlessness, the darkness that lurks in the heart of Bagamnan is a little different than what drove Argeth. The same self-emotions that would nourish the Durma. I've played 12. I have actually played through all of 12. Not streamed it, but done it beforehand. Stop speaking in riddles. I enjoy it. I know some people who don't. I find it to be a perfectly fine story, even though it's kind of weird, and like at the end of the day, you're technically the bad guys. But, eh. She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather, more of one. Garlean lies! Whatever they say is true. If we do not find Bagaman and the Duma soon, we are none of us are safe, present company included. I'm playing 1, 2, and 15. Well, you should play more. There's some neat stuff within some of the other games. Like, I like 9. 5 is pretty cool. The remasters. Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final pages of my journal. Then the captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it until we found it in pack he left behind, that is. There's plenty of racism. I mean, we had like a whole bunch of racism with Ramza right now. Is this Dalmascan?
It means more.
It is indeed. It says Redorna. Ridorena. The lighthouse? Why would he write that? And in the old man's journal, no less. There's a place on the Volnard Sea, far south of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw of more than a few mom's cost. The Ridorana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the hell of water. Many scholars seeking to prove otherwise have descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not one has returned.
It's fine. Those the lizard fall in love with a human. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Why doesn't that... Oh, if you capitalize the I, it'll do the, capitalize the I and it will do, an emote.
It's fine.
Yeah, like that. We'll send you as soon as we learn how to as entrance. Oh, Ridorana is proving to be quite an enigma. With every answer comes countless new questions. It might take longer than expected. But you're doubtless eager to know why requesting your presence. Our resident drama mentioned there was something they wish to ask of you. As my work here is far from complete, I wonder if you might not indulge man while you wait. No, it's not free. I mean, there is the free trial, but you can no longer do the free trial. There was but a few to live to take their rest, then ventures forth without the quest, for shorn of work or given them worth, they soon become a source of mirth. Quoth the man idling in an airship.
I want to play with my hero, Zaba.
Didn't you like have a free trial? But then again, I'm playing the Stormblood and later, which is not.
Yes.
But that is not the free part of the free stuff. Touche, I shall leave you to devices then. What? Wait. Oh, I have to do the. I have to say the other thing. Ah. Adventure will find me in time. Oh, but it has, my friend, it has. My colleagues will tell me there's one land that ever needs item fetched to yield a woman to speak. I find his philanthropic compulsion fascinating, and so, in the interest of research in my next play, let's say I put said compulsion to the test, assuming you are game, of course. To bring me a bottle of wine, and not just any wine, make it rose theme, and make it a Rosian. I have my fill of bitter blends offered here in the East. Oh, wait, sorry, though, if only there was some port where thirsty Aurosians were for their wine. But I'm sure you're speaking of the foremost blind Lalafellan inventor, and not here with me. How do I play this from? You don't. You play the main story. Potato. I heard of Lalafellan, so we're about to have to go to Wineport. Potato, yeah. Angry. There they are. There's a potato. Soy and spice sprinkled with a subtle subcome of the steppe. You have been traveled far, my friend. What is here in Wineport? No, you kind of need to know what's going on. A rose-themed wine, you would have hard-pressed to find a wine that did not display some hint of rose, so perhaps we would assume that a client was not referring to a desired bouquet. Perhaps a name, or a label, or a bottle. Yes, I seem to recall a certain vintage rosé sold in the crystal bottles with a single red rose on the label. Alas, there's nothing rare amongst the personal stock. As for my... well, there's always a Briglant, I suppose. Come on. In. Only an uncultured fool would select a wine based solely on this bottle. As perhaps, however, said fool would undeservedly reward with one of Bilbert's best wines for selected vintage, sued vinage. Not that your client would have a palate properly accompanied to appreciate the depth, whatever. But let's dispense of pretense. You are the fool in question, and doing not been on me. A fool aim too high. One of your standing could live 1,000 lifetimes. It's still not. I don't care. Oh, price is no object. I won't. Come on, give me wine. I want wine. No, fucking. No. No, I don't want to deal with Greg. I don't want to deal with that fucker. It's time to go to Costa del Sol and speak with Gege Ruju. Because the game is... There we go. The game has to make me interact with that motherfucker again. Thrice, it's always a pleasure, and I do mean that. My ladies informed me of inquiring of a bottle of Sunvadage, but I told them they must be mistaken. Not even you would be foolish enough to think that you could. No, I mean it. Yes, it is. Oh, you are serious? Theresa, you do realize one can purchase an entire estate with a mist for the price of a single bottle, or 5 estates for the price of 5 bottles. Which happens to be the number of bottles of Sunan Vajaz I have in my collection. Now that I not understand unreasonable man, let us not say the whatever, a trade. A mere magnum of the Damascus. Fucking fetch quest. Never heard stuff. I thought I was talking to a fellow connoisseur. Played a preventer wine port. I have to educate you. Hold on. I forgot that I need to pet the seal. Hold on. Where is it? There we go. I petted the seal and it even rolled over. You can pet the seal. Okay, time to teleport back to the other end of this place. Ah, you want the tongue in?
Time is out. Hide your wife.
Oh no. I need Almaskin wine. Laments in red. Not that I thought. We're kind of. There was a time Dalmascan wine was fairly easy to procure. He
Hide
in
your
Vilbrod.
husband.
If there's any surviving bottles to be one inspected before the Imperial invasion over 30 summers past, though I had not encountered any in a decade or more time. Either at auction or in private hands. Collectors of Covenant creatures, few Damascus refugees.
Wayfee husband.
Why? Okay, let's just jump. I'll at least raise myself up. Okay, there we go. Ah! I didn't do it again! Shit! Fucking this. I hope that I'm tapping in multiple times just to make sure I'm not falling. God, no! Why did it do twice? All the pies in the world, and then like it shows the box. There we go. See. Yay! I finally did a pie. I just forgot that I have pie. Can't sleep. They won't let me. The mages won't let me. They can buzz and scream. Soothe. Okay. You should soothe him.
What is your favorite pie flavor?
I actually just like chocolate. I don't do much of the baked stuff. I just like the chocolate pie.
Oh, Jabba, most powerful of black mages. Please cast Far, Zenagrossi or Flare.
No.
Onsha.
I cannot.
Chocolate is not a pie.
Chocolate is a pie. It's in the pie section, and it's a pie. It's a chocolate pie. And you know, you were here before. You sent away the midges. They never came. They came back though. They always come back to mock me. They can't go
Jabba,
home.
you are a Neanderthal.
I must now. I need to comfort him.
Down, Jabba. Why are you hesitating, Jabba?
I'm not hesitating. I'm doing it right now. Wine, my wife loves wine. You drink a glass of Valens every night before sunset. You always keep the cork. I always thought that odd. What good the cork? Toss it in the middle of the heap along with bottles. But she. Ah.
Jabba, you need some alcohol in the system.
I do. Though you find several empty bottles of wine amongst the rubbish, one is peculiarly calls out to you. Take it to whatever his name is. Okay, we're gonna cheat. We're gonna cheat.
Jabba, ready. I am going to work out.
Yes. I remember how this quest line plays out now. Basically, since motherfucker needs a bottle of Dalmascan wine, but he wouldn't know what Dalmascan wine tastes like, and we just found a bottle of it. We're gonna cheat and put like shit wine in it. How's the dress? Hope you did not visit in the Christ. Here, we found an empty bottle of wine. So you brought me an empty bottle, but what is this? The cork remains in place. How most fortuitous. If the adequate seal was made, then there might be traces of wine within. May I? Sniff the flamboyant yet elegant, a thought-provoking blend of kukuru beans and cinnamon with just a hint of, is that rosemary? A veritable kaleidoscope of opiates and refinement. Long as it's since I last kind of bouquet such a complexity, yet I recall as if it was yesterday. Without question, this bottle once held Damascus Le Monet Red by the name of Valence. To think I would have the opportunity to experience it again after so many summers. But I suspect Manchu Gigeruju will not be satisfied with a sniff as I am. Now, one without scruples might see an empty bottle as a basis for a ruse. One man's ruse is another man's keikaku! Yes, we did it. Thanks. Thanks, team. But yes, it's Hancock. Over the years, I have had numerous dealings with the Lord of Costa del Sol, and while he is many a things, an expert on wines is not one of them. Not that it would matter if he were. Men of his standing invariably find more joy in boasting of their acquisitions than consuming them. In all likelihood, Magda Gegeruju will never open a bottle, rendering its province and its contents practically irrelevant. Yes, it is. Yes, they are. Ah, but where are my manners? These forays back to wrestling climbs always bring out the barbarian in me. It's a pleasure, Theresa, lest you wonder at my presence in the employer. See promise in the Higan trade and desire establishment of a viable route twixt west and east and west. I come to see their plans to fruition. By returning your dilemma, I believe I may be assistant. Just so happens my own person several samples of wine. Bottles of Higan wine made for grapes similar to the ones found in Dalmasca. For close acquaintance, I will be more than willing to part with one of these, so that she might fill her empty vessel. But that would be unjust. A maker of wine, I cannot allow it. Master Gegeruju has cozen more of his clients than he can count. How do you think a man amasses fortune? By playing fair? Would that be a word they would use thus? Then I'm here to tell you it is not. So, it is decided then. We shall employ deceit as our morally justified means to a happy end. I love Hancock. Wait, this is a fool's errand. Yoink. Here you go. Then let us be glad our quarry is a fool himself. Okay. Now, if you excuse me, I must go and tell the gentle citizens of Winepoint why they should be drinking Higan. Or Hingan. Good day. Alcoholic alchemy. Pretty much. Okay, time to go and give this to, Gegeruju. All according to Keikaku. Wait. Wait, I just teleported to Wineport again. Never mind. Costa del Sol. Here you go. By the gods, you actually found one? A bottle of Damascus wine? Oh ho, we must uncork it right away. That this one. Yes, a lush bouquet of urbanescence, dignification, coupled with earthen undertones, and so forth. In short, a very epitome of a Damascus red. Yes, yes, you've outdone yourself this time, Theresa. I know, it's a Lalafell, so yes. And promise is a promise, ladies. The bottle of Sunvlaja, if you please. We cheated. It's great. I don't care if we cheated. Fuck. Yo, why is Kate Sif on that bottle? Take which you fancy, except the one with the rose. That's my favorite, or whichever you fancy. I kind of need the one with the rose.
Hawaii is shito anyway.
Arigato. Arigat thanks. I gotta go all the way back to Kugane. Aetheryte Plaza to here. This way. See, I barely drank. I've only drank because I played a bad game or it's a holiday and I'm playing a bad game. Come on. Bum 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 bum. They say a rose is a rose, it's a rose. So tell me, adventurer, is a rose to your pocket or is simply here for small talk? A bottle of vintage Sue de Volge. You never cease to amaze. But what is most amazing is your impeccable sense of timing. Today marks the 12th anniversary of the day I met my dear wife. And while it was the one thing she loved more than wine, it was roses. For they're here today to... Oh. Ah, but I jest. My wife is very much alive. In fact... she's been with us all along. Darling, would you care to join us? For me? How thoughtful. But did you forget the most important gift of all? Of course not. Elves and women. Okay, they're cooking.
Dave Manhattan.
Yeah, that's true. Bacon bread, the perfect companion to perfect wine from my perfect companion. Oh, darling, I think it might be our best anniversary yet. I got wine for BLTs. That's what that was. You can't say bacon bread without making me think like BLTs. That played out better than I imagined. I suppose I have you think, though, Ventura. Though it was the bacon bread that sealed the... yes, that is the principal gymnast I calling. Perhaps you made some progress with research and require your assistance. You better not have to keep him waiting. Can we go to the lighthouse? I need to do math. Of these past few turns of the sun, prove as productive as you have for us. Desire, okay. Ridorana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern of Valdernar Sea and lighthouse at once made by the Royal Damascus Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. I sure it's once man, as the tower has laid empty since the candlekeepers abandoned their posts at the fall of Rabanastre. But as Ferris Sirius offers any indication of what befell the lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers. Yes, but the real question is how this ties with the Evolusian legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave's story reveals no mention of Ridorana. Yet it seems foolish to assume that a name could not change in the centuries since this tale was writ. So I thought to cross-reference the text of modern Islebardian history with our translations of the derived papers. And after exhaustive examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered there was no single entity on Ridorana. And while no mention of Valdenard Sea was abundant, I found no reference to whatever to a cataract or lighthouse within its waters. Ramses' discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there's no mystery at all? What if the time of the Litia's rise, the chasm did not exist, yet exist? But there's more. Only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. So let's hurry up and go to the lighthouse because, oh god, fucking around sucks. Right around the lighthouse lies far from civilization. It'll be rice for provisions for the trip here in Hinagashi. Of course. Okay, we just need to go. Just go. Let's go. Let's show the same cutscene and all those little ships. Or rafts. Hmm.
Do mas the bar, masses, do it, all the masses, don't die.
I know. I will do maths. Look at that. The Ridorana Lighthouse. No chaos. There's no chaos here. There's only math.
Chaos.
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 I wonder if I could... No, I probably could. Maybe normal? Something is very wrong here. Mayhap it's best if we split our fellowship into two parties, one to delve into Tyro's depths and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition subleader, I appoint you as captain of the first. You may use the spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard. Okay. Damn it, brother. Where are you? Oh, hey, they're just gonna allow us to do a little bit. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Oh my god, am I gonna have to do that little stupid minigame again? The location appears to offer adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for any signs of Bagamnen. Bagamnen? Yep, here we are. Huh? No. Oh, there he is. But is there anything else I can hit before I do this? No, it doesn't look like it. He's over there. You found him? Let me see. He needs our help. Prince Rosler, Princess Ashelia, I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It is my fault. I could not save you. I could not save anyone. Anyone but myself. I am so sorry. Magonman, wait! Hmm? Traitors, have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland. You are mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help. I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. How dare you say my audience with the princess? The Duma. It has him, Kupo. It's showing him what he wants to see. Witch! Murderess! Hmm?
アルリガトルマンバット
Gunfire? Bon
You
Gunman!
could have just casted a cure on her.
Now I could have casted the shield too. So this is the end. Recite these words, satisfy the covenant, relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted thou which thou desirest most of all in the world. Sword in hand, warrior clutches stone to breast. Look at me, brother! Look at me! In sword he etched his fading memories. Don't you die! Not yet! In stone he tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here. By sword attested, by stone revealed. That light, what have you seen that before? Oh no. I don't think he transforms here. I think he transforms in the dungeon, but we'll talk about this later. Oh no, he has a Resident Evil arm now. Okay. Whatever you're doing, you need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear? Yeah.
Fucking BOW.
I know. But it's fine. We did that part, so now we can do another part. It is, I fear, that Bagama's soul is lost. Much as I can wish it was otherwise, I fear Bagaman is beyond saving, yet we cannot suffer what we left to him to become a distraction. Let us just go in there. Father, it is not the time for to abandon our quest. We are meddling with forces beyond... says Ramza. Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. While Theresa was searched for the lizard, I expect the area exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. And? You were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely on top of the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of Galg. The what work city of who? According to Zodiac Brave's story, the Clockwork City of Gaug was a metallic metropolis where airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away. While the derived papers do not say a great deal more, what they do mention that the land upon the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask, what if the reason the land was limited was not because the land in question was an island? But it would be explained that the omission of the cataract is inconceivable that the author was neglected to mention such a prominent landmark had existed. Then I found it, a lone passage regarding Grog's fall. But if particularly is missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. It is believed that an explosion might have undermined a portion of the seabed, and while it's only been a small area at first, it would have gone unnoticed during the exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would continue to wear away the rocks, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. It was explained why there's no mention of Radon prior to the present era. Come, Father, would you not tell the rest? The possibility that your guardians are descended in part from dispatched citizens of Gaug? It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery and application of elegant technology. And it also might explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, quite different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but to return to the original claim, it is your belief that the Radon lighthouse stands on top of what was left of that necklace. Where did you get it, girl? It was my mother's. Your mother's? It was my late wife's most cherished possessions. Why do you ask? Bagaman has a talisman that would wear beneath his jerkin and refused to take it off, even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looks exactly like the one your daughter's wearing. No, because, like, because we're not calling someone the ham sandwich race, so... And what are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it? Or my late mother? Neither! I spoke of their similarity, that is all. Jesus Christ. Can you believe the nerve of this boy? Enough, Ramza. Our guest is merely concerned with the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's, for that matter? Yeah. I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son, and that's to prove the existence of Ivalice and claim our family's name. Do not allow anger to hate to lead you on the path. Now, we have a lost city to explore. Use the duty finder to enter. Finally, after almost an hour and a half, we can finally enter here. It says 5 minutes. I'm going to go run and grab something to drink.
I will win this starring contest, Jabba.
Did you? Wait, shit.
Did anyone saw TK?
TK's around. He'll show up. He comes. He surfs all the streams. Oh, but yeah. Look at this. Don't even have hunting him down. Oh no! Don't hunt down TK. What did he ever do to you? Damn, I forget that like none of this lore is currently in the lore book. I need that second volume. Maybe I'll put it on the throne. It's like, nah. It still needs to get a printed copy. God. Okay. Hello, Lala. There they are. Discord, yeah. Yeah, TK sometimes posts in other people's Discords, and sometimes it's just within the not safe for work section. Yet drop breath. Well, you've missed a lot of lizard racism. And we're waiting for we're waiting on Hughes to pop. Where's the second one?
I saw a lizard say something racist on Twizard. Green lizard foot, turquoise lizard bat. You've a Discord the back.
I don't have a Discord server, but I do have a Discord myself. Yeah, I can add a product here. Yeah. It's only 30. Why did it tell me 30 bucks? It give me 30 bucks. Oh, hold on. No, back to throne. Sorry, I'm doing something while we're waiting. I want to make it. Oh no. Ignore everything that's happening currently because I'm a stupid idiot who uses number pads. Hold on. There we go. Wait. Hung out. There we go. Please ignore all the weird stuff that I just did. I'm an idiot who maps stuff to the wrong things.
Lara is stupid and high.
But yeah, no, I decided to put fucking volume 2 of the Encyclopedia Rosia on my throne, even though like it's a pre-order.
Bank stupid flaggy.
Sorry.
Lara and 2 count. How exciting.
But yeah, we're about to do math, hopefully, in like sometime in the next few minutes. We gotta get and do math. Do math. Do math.
Calculator small. Lara and how to operate a calculator. How exciting. Lara can play JRPG.
Well, you have to use the calculator really fast. Bum 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 bum.
Old move assuming Lara can play JRPGs.
I assume that they can because they play something. Can we move? Can we go?
Playing JRPGs require you be able to read, which Lara can't do. JRPG needs calculator, you killer baka, bank.
No. It doesn't need a calculator. I mean, the program needs a calculator, but like the individual person doesn't need a calculator. Unless you're playing like Pokemon and you have to determine.
Lara bat.
I want to look to see if this guy's a Garlean. I don't see that little third eye. Also, this one looks like green. A little bit. Also, they're so small. Eh. Come on, Q-pop, Q-pop. It's been 3 minutes over the wait time. Q-pop. I want to make people mad that they got it in their roulettes. Well, actually, I'm gonna make people extremely mad when it's like, yo, I got this in my roulette. You're gonna get fucking the monastery in your roulette and be like, ha ha ha. Enjoy failure. Well, then again, I haven't seen a group fail the monastery in a while. Alright, everyone. Line up for your ara. Let me check my Twitters while we wait. Hopefully there's nothing other than... Oh, that's something else. 2 minutes ago from Jov Titles, or at jov.text, Knows Enema. That's it. That's the title of a Jov. Yep, there we go. Scroll just a little bit further down and I found the titties. You'd only be able, only if I set up like a bot. All I'm doing is looking at the tweets that other people have.
Make me Discord mod so I can ban Lara.
I'm gonna see. Oh no. Hmm. Booty. Come on, it's been 11 minutes. Oh, now it's saying average wait time 11 minutes. Come on, you just throw in a bunch of people that doing roulettes. Come on, you know you want to.
When I hear about cars machines,
Ah.
I have to share.
Well, yeah, that's true. Makes sense. I mean, TK shared a whole bunch last night, so. No. First, I thought of, like, I saw something that was a wholesome picture, but then I noticed that Kazuma's pants were down, so no. No, it wasn't.
Zaba is a better healer than Lara.
It's like, oh, here's Kazuma hugging Whis from behind, and then I noticed the penis. Come on.
Are you talking about the
don't
dolphin
think-
procedures one?
Yes, that's what he was talking about last night. That was cursed.
Zaba, penis noticer.
Look, it took me a while to even notice the penis.
Yay.
Yeet.
Lara Matto.
Are we 14 minutes? Jesus Christ. Nobody wants to do the lighthouse. Game, come on. Force people to do lighthouse. There it is. It's time to do math.
You probably can't spell half the words you use without spell check Lara.
I just already tried something. See, I haven't even gotten it at all. I at worst I get like monastery, and then like it's either Cypress Tower or something else. Like, I'll be honest, I still haven't gotten a single near raid in the roulettes. I would assume that they would have those
All we
super in
had
the
to do
roulettes.
was follow the damn train, CJ.
Bum, bum. The Ridorana Lighthouse. I can do. Of course, I can do this. I can do the math.
Imagine being Lara, a fate worse than this.
Uh. Oh yeah, it's the water dude. Whoops. I mind pulled.
As Lara, you are weak. Ugly. Your brain does
I'm not
not
gonna eat the
work
waves.
good, and you've a foot fetish.
You know, they reused this boss in Southern Front. No, wait, they don't use it in Southern Front. They use it in Zadnar. I'm like, really?
As a baron you are an apple of a wonderful pink color, like a shiny Pokemon, absolutely stunning.
Bean!
That is a fancy yarn. You should
Are you
place
serious?
this
Why did that guy
shoe
just take so much damage?
Water sports.
Water sport. Well, no, there's no room for the ashes. Otherwise, you'd be making like chocolate water or something like that. Something nasty. Let my dot fall off.
Favorite talking apple.
Oh. Water tornadoes. Man, it's so easy to heal when, like, your tank isn't actually doing anything. Okay.
The juice is loose. I rejected 2 women, a man, and a transcription person last year, because a relationship would cut into the time I used to mock Dave.
Oh no, people don't know this stack mechanic. Oh, this is going to be really fun in a second. Okay. I just watched somebody move away from the boss from the stack mechanic. Do this again. Do the peppies. I mean peps.
A musket for home defense. Since that's what the founding fathers intended. For fiends, break into my house. What the devil? As I grab my powdered wick and Kentucky rifle. Blow a golf ball sized hole. Through the first
Oh, come on.
Dead on the spot.
How are you that dumb to not pay attention to that? Oh, wait.
Because it's smooth bow and nails the neighbor's dog. I have to resort to the cannon market at the
I wish. Sometimes I see people being stupid.
Set off car alarms, fix bayonet and charge the last terrified, lap Scarion, HE buddies out waiting, on the police to arrive since triangular bayonet wounds, are impossible.
I'm not even... I'm barely hearing the TTS. All I know is that the TTS is going. The TTS just kept going and going.
Sent to you, a meme. We must secure a future for lizard kind.
Is that why my phone just did the thing?
A more for self-defense.
Let's see here. An MP4. So I'm just gonna play this over the phone, not my actual thing.
I hope you like the meme. Nobody cares, Lara. Get raid.
What happens when you... What? Understand if I'm running into walls it's because I'm watching the video. I'm not really sure. I need to actually listen to that. So that would have to be later.
I offered to not fight with you on Twitch. Last year, Lara, you said no. You choose this future. Live with it.
And yet, Avalon, you're the one who instigates it. I'm gonna be on. No. Considering that every fucking time, even when Lala's not here, you go, Lala bad. Lala bad. I'm gonna. Just. Can y'all stop for once? Just once.
I went off on this dungeon multiple times today.
Did. Oh yeah, I should be healing, shouldn't I?
Lara declared the war. Everything I do is in self-defense. Lara just mat the losing. Lara and Avalon just need to fuck already. I
No,
said
they do.
word song and walked off. You good.
I remember this summon. This is one of those early summons. Bellius the Gigas. Okay. I hope no mechanics happen while I'm in the box. Okay, this scene. Okay, it didn't matter. You laugh, but nothing happened. So it's fine. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. Oh well.
Zaba, those. Star Trek Orion slave girls may not be lizards, but they are green. Just say on. Wakka wakka, mota papa. I only had 100,000 coins. I couldn't possibly use them when I have so few.
Dicks!
Dicks. Oh.
Not.
Wait, these don't look like
Did
Gigases.
you experience a burning sensation?
Hmm? If I experience a burning sensation, what? God, of course. Of course they're being stupid. Separate. Separate. Oh, Lord. Can... How? Oh, we're fucked. We're boned. We're screwed. Nope. I can try my damnedest to sit back and save, but no.
Gigas, that's quite the black from a guy that won't even show it.
Hey, you know, can't stop that. Oh, math is going to be fun, isn't it?
I did the final fight before End Walker in my ninja. I was the only one that survived. Thank Mr. LB-san.
Huh? Hold on. I'm gonna have to take a thing.
マルチステージエアロビックキャパシティテストザットプログレッシブリーゲッツモアディフィカルトアズイットコンティニューズザ20メーラーペーサーテストウィルビギン30セカンズラインアップアットザスタートザランニングスピードスターツスローリーバットゲッツファスターイーチミニットアフターユーヒアビスシグナルループシングルラップシュットビーコンプリーティッドイーチタイムユー
The road to getting no. Because I am legitimately, my mind is literally just ignoring it.
It was the moral choice.
Okay, no, I don't have to deal with it. This time, I don't have to deal with it.
That is why ignores me because he loves me.
No, I'm just ignoring TTS. It doesn't help that, like, I still need new headphones. And so, like, everything is in one ear right this second. Okay, here we go. Let's try this with actually people doing the right mechanics. Except that fucking... Why are people... Yeah.
This is the inner sphere. Thousands of planets colonized by humankind. Once it was united under the Star League, but for the last 300 years it has been consumed by savage wars until a new enemy appeared. Mysterious invaders known as the clans, powerful and ruthless. They struck like lightning, attacking every sector at once. But they made one big mistake. They attacked my home planet, Tau, in the spirit of the Star League. Ancient enemies have reunited, and we are gonna take back our galaxy.
Oh yeah, I can use this. I feel sorry for people. I don't know. Okay, let's find the slow one. Why would someone do that? It was already pointing the right direction. Why do people do that? Okay. Be fine.
Attention, サマーセット IAM スターコロネルニコライ・マルサス・オブ・ザ・ジェード・ファルコンクラン A フルトライナリー・スタンズ・レディー・ツー・コンター・ユア・プラネット What causes their oppose us? Is this some kind of joke?
Now here's the
You
Clockwork
dare
City.
to refuse my battle? Refuse your what? Prepare
Here's
to feel
then.
the wrath of the Falcon. Explode.
Oh, it's this room. This room is fun.
Slash of
Last AFK. Sadly, I don't think I can do that. I am refusing it. I am ignoring it. Man, it's kind of weird that these things have like weird dicks. I mean, there's little things that just hang below their waist, between their legs, and I got hit by something. What did I get hit by? Okay, let's play the game. Can the summoner or the red mage realize? No.
Metal Hampers.
Olympus. There we go. Well, the summoner at least knew what they were doing. The Clockwork City of Gaug. It is now time for map. A bunk and relay. Bunk? I have yet to get a single near raid in the Alliance raid ever since like Inmark. Not even since Inmark started. Like ever since like the final tier. Like especially since like, oh, hey, everybody needs to do like the Evilise raids or these raids for their the other gear. Math. Oh, come on. Don't. Why are you trying to make us stand in like the AoEs? Okay, pulverize means get away. God, how many times have I seen this fucking fight in like some... Oh yeah, this is the one that turns around. Booting basic computation protocol. Basic computation protocol loaded. Initiating lesson. Okay, I have 7. Align vitals with specify multipliers. Multiples of 5. Wait, okay. Basic math. 10 is a multiple of 5.
Anomalous intelligence detected.
Division by 4. It will be this one. Because 8 is divisible by 4. And if you were wrong, you die. There you go. Actually, yeah, no, you take more damage. Oh, this actually... It's time for down for the count. Okay, that's a lot of information stored in the semen. There's a lot... Information is stored in the balls. But that's true. Okay, I don't remember what... Motherfucker's dancing. Aether stored in the booba.
Eyeballs contain more information than an entire library.
Oh, I fucked that up. Oh. Pulverize. I think that the fucking Dragoon needs some health. You got as much health as you're ever gonna get, Mr. Dragoon. Oh, it's time for more math. Increasing difficulty. Specify multipliers. Calculate to primes. Wait, why is my... Okay, wait, yeah, no, I need 2. I thought I had 4. But no. See, I couldn't just stay out of that, because as you know, 1 is not a prime number. Wait, what did it say? Oh, divide by 5. Shit. I fucked that up. Oh well. Some people. Okay, hit this. Yeah, that did a lot of damage just because I hit that 1. I wasn't paying attention to what he was saying. And I missed the last check. But I was going to 4, so... You know, I was right on what it was supposed to be. Dun, dun,
ダンスダンスウンズウンズダンスダンスウンズウンズザバーディドザットフローレスリー
No, I didn't. I missed the last one. Anyways, let's fight a super boss.
フローレスリ
Long have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine. Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate! The Empire is a cancer! And I am the Barber's Blade!
Not even...
I'll tear you limb from limb!
Jesus. Okay. Don't. Can't always have to go. Anyways, yes, it's Izamat from Final Fantasy XII. Anyways. Anyways, it's fine.
ファイナルファンタジー12バット
is not yet over.
But it has this boss, which also takes, like, the entire first phase of this fight is legitimately basically survive. Yes. Shit. Shit. Oh, cool. Why am I... Ah. Anyways, okay. Okay, that one's going up, so that's fine. Like a knife through butter! Wait, what am I... Why did I do that? Fuck, hold on. I was trying to do... Oh, I was trying to do this.
Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tear you limb from limb. Escape this!
Can I just... Can I...
I sent you more Meme-san.
I will have to watch them later. I'm sorry.
It's my pleasure.
Damn, we're only at 1 a.m. Man, if only I had done stuff earlier.
I know.
Your suffering is not yet over. Agony and sorrow. I, Agamemnon, shall deliver the king's justice.
You do extra coupon today. Did you do something with your
No.
hair?
Wait. Oh! Why is the tank dead?
You will pay for what you
Run
have
away.
done with blood.
トラウンドベビーライトラウンド
Okay.
Tank Red
Alright, Heart of the Dragon. Yeah, Tank was dead. He died from, like, the instant kill. Anyways, that was, like, the first part.
This is far from finished, Guardians!
Tank プライドヒズです
No. Okay. There you go.
Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tear you limb from limb!
Can you be a better tank?
I could, but I'm not tanking. I'm healing.
Sometimes there's no difference the bar. Heal the tank 赤いほっぺの笑顔
Enough! Like a knife through butter!
He's... Come on, you could have used the LB.
My death.
There we go.
You may have escaped me in this life, but I
あれ言う A ホワイ
shall
ト
be
明治
waiting.
No, Sage.
FF12 バット
It requires being level 70 and only the expansion, Inwalker. I don't want anything unless I want that. No, I already have that. Never mind. There. Everybody has what they need. Ethan.
You are awesome the bar. Thank you for streaming.
You're welcome. And these Evilise raids take such a long time. I didn't realize they were going to take even... Well, I guess the first 30 minutes were queue times. Mother's necklace, but what is it doing here?
You picked
Unless...
up his poop.
Mhm.
Don't forget us when you become famous.
Oh no! Ramza got aethered. Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza.
Heal Ramsey, you are healer.
No, I can't heal him from this. He's fine, he's resting. Extraordinary, the stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. How did it come to be in Bagaman's possession? Though they are different in shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal.
I've seen this one. Remember, Alma, you
Oh, no.
are blood related.
No, 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 no. Oh, there they are. Auracite. Oh, they are. Auracite. Auracite? And what makes you say that? Can't you feel it? You can feel it, can't you, Hurdy? You recall me telling you that Begamon's magic considered the next suspect?
Remember when Mughals were cool?
They're never cool. It was special because it was trusted him by Prince Ralsler. He was to return to the Princess Ashlia upon delivery of Her Highness from Nalbina Fortress.
ドクロと骨、ドクロ。
Dokuro. A family keepsake. Of course. Each necklace, each auracite has acted as a lodestone, drawing both parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father, the auracite guides us.
サングラスの顔、顔つき太陽、サングラスの顔。
Sunglasses cool. Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I am well now. From what we do know of Duma and Atlas, vestiges of one might endure in our sight. Could it be then the desire of the former owner or creator of those necklaces was simply to return to Ivalice? But who could have been? Who could have that been?
日本地図、日本地図、日本地図、日本地図、日本地図。
Ramza Beoluv. He wanted the people to return to his homeland and cover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lesalia and Galgus ask? Simple, we are being tested. The Auracite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth. You say the things if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of that kind. Ronso are kind of a part of it. They live in a specific part, and they're actually called wait, they're not called Ronzo and 14. They're called Helsgard. Oh wait, Hellsphere or whatever. I forgot. My mind's a fuck. I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now, I must ask you to trust me, Lady Mirala. Lady Mirala? Since when did you... Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself? Of course I am, dear sister dearest. I have never felt better. I sense a disturbance in the ether. Father, these necklaces are gifts from the old gods who once watched us over Evalicians. It is proof that we have blessing. With the necklaces and odorless, we can finally prove. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're big part in 10. Think it, Thrice. I don't know what came over me.
Skinwalker Ramze.
Ramza, you must rest. Yan yan yan. Yan. Yan yan. Yan yan yan. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine?
笑顔の猫、笑顔の猫、笑顔の猫、笑顔の猫、笑顔の猫。
In Ganshi. Another adventure on our belts, eh, Thrice? I best put a pin to pace before the details fade. Liesla and now Gaug. One must think our discovery is more than sufficient proof that Alexis claims about regarding Ivalice's existence. But something tells me until Genomus has proof that his ancestors were not heretics and the church paid them to be, he will not rest. And there's this curious case of Ramza. I will almost throw one moment and all Circe Dearest the next. It was like a different person when he came to. Yet I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken some bump in his head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back to his spiteful little self, so all wells that end well. Pet the Neko. Okay, I'll pet the cat girl. I assume that's what you mean. Petto. There. There. There you go. The path of most resistant. Greetings and salutations, Thrace. I suppose you're wondering whether or not the good Genomus has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. The good news is he has. The bad news is, however. Now, while it's not in my nature to be sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description, so please bear with me when I tell you that not all is right about the airship Lexingale. Something about Alma has been me worried. I trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone the sullen gate guard, so we'll continue to board and print from my vista. Neko girl.
Neko.
Usually if it has this, then we're going straight into a cutscene. Yep. The question is, where exactly did Ramza and his fairly journey now?
Movie camera.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. It's like, Theresa, to do what we owe this experience, unexpected visit. I not plan on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. Something about Alma. Huh?
I abuse the boy.
I apologize because of any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in the mist and not expect to report what she sees. Though I did not expect to have more discretion from Miss Mirella, whatever. Alma has, after late, become experiencing difficulties with her health. Chirurgeons have been called upon to discern whatever ails her, but as far as they can tell, nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consistence is the rigors of the extended stay in foreign lands have taken a toll on her fragile heart. Theresa, when did you... Oh no, she collapsed. Fine. Alma! I'm fine, brother. It's obvious you are not, when you must return to your chambers and rest. Forgive me. Perhaps we speak once again. Once I recover myself. Until then, please look after my father. No. Then where were we? Ah, yes, the master of our next expedition. As we discovered in a recent foray into Ether Sands, the Damascus capital of Rabanasa, it appears to lie upon the ruins which can only be the royal city of Lesalia. The ancient capital lost to the city, shortly after, we stumbled upon the remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Gog, cleverly repurposed. Thank you, Galaxy, for the 5 gift subs to Gabby G Wiz, Schnitzel from Chowder, Maverick Hunter, Bruce, and Desert Ranger Fox. What you have done is caused me to have to play Deadly Premonition. Because I'm pretty sure with those 5 Git subs, I'm pretty sure I am now sitting at 11. No, I do, because that's a thing. If I hit 10 gift subs, I have to do Deadly Premonition. So, people get to enjoy it. Wow, I don't remember gift subs. Huh. But yes, thank you for doing that. I guess I have no choice. Yes, it's part of that thing. So
Yes.
So I'm gonna have to go and get whatever I need for Deadly Premonition. Which actually I think I own it on the PC. Granted, that will probably end up having to be the version I play. Squirrels. A little bit. Colleagues say girl cleverly repurposing the lighthouse by overlooking the radar on a cataract. Remnants one now sits upon spinning upon a fathomless chasm. Laisla Gog, what have the common you ask? I shall tell you. They have both appeared in my ancestors' accounts of the rise of Evilis, the Durai papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proven Evilisian legend was more fact than a fairy tale. And there's no denying the proof, but it matters of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusion. But as you are well aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Ilis. No, I shall not rest until I reveal the truth of young Ramza's role in King Dalita's ascension, and clear my ancestor Oren Durai of false accusations made against him by the church. So, what are we waiting for? I have possible destination in mind. Arriving there safely, however, is another matter. To that end, I've enlisted the aid of our company's newest members. The Bonga. Oh, wait. Oh, is this Ramza? Despite my pleas to do otherwise, who knows what trouble those two will see us into. Though I must admit, both Montblanc and his brother have proven more useful than I've ever dared to imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I'm first in the field, or was the furriest in the field. Which would you like to feel? Would you like to feel my fur Cupo? And would you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother? They all do all the work, and you do is just Cupo. But you're mistaken, Herdy. I've been neither you nor brother any further ill will. That is, if anything, I owe you my thanks for the recent contributions. Yeah, I'm sorry that you get the #1 badge, which kind of almost looks like a penis, but like it's a tongue, which is a tongue. If I have to like make a little, edit it, then Yes, thanks. Are you hearing what I'm saying? I think I'm hearing? What happens to the venom-spinning adder we used to know and hate? Alma seems certainly pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all-too-convenient transformation. Who was my first sub? I'm not sure. I don't know if they show. It depends upon, like, there's multiple. I'm not sure. Simply showing the world that Evilis has actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Durai papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies in Ramza Bialov. If we can find evidence of the hidden role in history, prove Oran's testimony true, and safeguard our family name from ridicule. Which is why I turned to focus my research to Delita's forgotten companion, his action during the War of the Lions. It was only then I discovered something more intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force, a force of power to begin to bring a calamitous ruin. No, I'm not going to strangle the Moogle. There's no reason to. Aurosite, the treason abomination recurring both Lesalia and Gaug, the Lusavi, were born of these unholy crystals. While the nobles of the north and south squabbled of Evilist's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifests from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds have fallen prey to Auracite. And with each confrontation did Ramza's fellowship grow smaller, countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten. It is more important than any class of armies, so they did endure until they reached the final destination, the Orban Monastery. Oh, I know this one. The Orban Monastery is where Princess Ovelia was raised. It's a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After the Delita emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivelisse. I see, someone has been paying attention. But what I don't understand, why would Ramza's crusade against Lusavi taken back there? According to the right papers, a sinister being who engendered the Auracite said to have been the Auracite is said to be stumbling beneath the monastery. Oh. But who or what would that mean to create something so powerful? Ultima, the High Seraph. What? A seraph? What's a seraph? Seraphs are believed to be some sovereigns of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. Omega is in a different raid series. Just as those who worship Ultima and her otherworldly might, there was equally as many who fear the Visitor and her deadly magics, often referred to as the Angel of Blood, for the carnage left in her wake. I've seen Ultima magic, though. Interesting, what if the spell Theresa claimed to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced to Hylian by the way of High Seraph? Well, that would mean... What would that mean? I've spoken with several colleagues back in Charlian regarding the opinions of the ancient incantation, and while they have yet little to show of the research, we can all agree on one thing. The manner in which Ultima etherically manifests should not be possible, at least on Hylian. So it would make sense if we discovered that Alligans learned the spell from not being of this dimensional plane. As to how they conceived that being to impart the knowledge unto them. Not of this plane. What manner of creature are we talking about here? Hey, Sid! Likely one similar to Omega. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Also, at this point, we've beaten Omega. Long enough. I'm here to deliver an item Mikoto requested. Sid, there's no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed. A Moogle? And trust that he won't tear open the packages and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important. If you do not mind, the principal was about to tell us about how to find the Orban Monastery. Would that I could. You don't know? Then what have we been doing here? At ease, Lady Merrill. The derived papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zurich, several leagues southeast of Rabanastre. There supposedly lies the monastery. Zekshel is not the name you will find in any modern Damascus map. Rivers, however, especially one as large as the Zeychel, is established to be are rare in the nation and more half claimed by sand. The river we seek is one that bisects Golmar on the Naxian border. And in that valuable information, we owe thanks to our brother Mughals. Their travels have made them variable authorities on Damascus geography. But wait, earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused. Its location is not what concerns me. Perhaps the Mughals themselves should explain? Why, certainly, the verdant valley of the vines and vipers where we must voyage next is home to the Viera. And there lies in a problem. The one thing Viera do not suffer is trespassers, not even lovable Moogles, Kupo. Our glamours keep us hidden long enough to see the jungle's team of ruins, much like we discovered on Leslia and Gaug. But the Viera trackers have found us and took us before the elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kupo. Well, that's why they were still talking and bound for the border. There are Viera who have spurned the Circo of the tribes, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide one with insight of how to reach the Orbon Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. What if a couple of Bonga come in and tell us where it can be? Nah. Before boarding the shuttle, I would stop by a Bonga on the docks. He knew if I asked if I knew a threats of Wormhound, I bid him deliver her message. Building was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so he might deliver the message himself, but the man refused. Mikoto, I saw this device crafted for your exact specification, but I cannot guarantee that it will function as intended. Things I have nary a subject to test it on. Of course, I must say, if anything trouble is met, then the most likely design is to blame. Your confidence in the craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself to short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day. Aze. I guess now I have to go back out of the Prima Vista to talk to the Bonga. No, I have to talk to Mikoto. He has more important things to take care of. Since the package is delivered, I have intention to apprise you of its contents, but first I believe you speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Geminus and Rama would like to believe her bouts of vertigo are not but a result of mind fatigue. The answer is clear, it is the Orosite that plagues her. Alma recently confided me that she would hear her father speaking with the Oculus well before the first day into foray into Rabanastre. However, I do not think that's entirely true, which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us, rather I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the Orosite. Moreover, I suspect it was the Orosite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis of distinct frequency NRR type harmonic vibration is tendency to promote the ethereal amplification, or when I mentioned it despite the principal's possession of an extended period. The Nautilus exhibit none of the imprinting present in Duma. No? The Nautilus has never resonated with Genomus. It's always been in its right pendant, the Orosite shard, the Virgo that feels his passion for the Evilies. No, the Nautilus is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever they may be. The only reason I can fathom that Alma has fallen victim to the Orosite's grasp is that desire is not as strong as those we have witnessed in Argatha Bagan. That and their ethereal interference is what caused other nearby shards. I've explained all this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace. Not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. Yes, I played 12, but, like, I don't remember too much. I do remember, like, the entire plot point being kind of dumb. As I said, you end up technically being the bad guys, in a way. Is this the same story? No. And so, I did the only thing I could, a means which I might impede or at least lessen the effects of the Octius. The device, which remains incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo, which should be work to interfere with those emitted by Octius, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of its effects. It's the storyline and the places you go is kind of the branching points. It's like, there's some 12 stuff in this, but it's not the exact same story. See below is all blessed with the word of a manga brigading lording around the airship landing. Do you think it could be a certain someone we know, Kupo? Yeah, no, Ramza died in tactics. The Ramza in this game is like... the Ramza right here is legitimately not the same. It's one guy's kid that he named Ramza because of other things. Apologies, Teresa, but I need to speak with you and you alone. Oh, don't mind me, Koopa. I was just floating around here in perfect earshot. What I mean to think I won't lay you low right here, right now. Because if you offer you a proposition that was, we need information on the Gormore jungle. I thought men's royal travelers you might persuade you to providing some. Gormore, you call of creatures know that it's Viero land. What are you offering then? What the opportunity to tell us what you know? Genomus believes our next adventure lies beyond the jungle canopy, Kupo. Should expect as much. Very well, Theresa. I came to ask you to meet someone. Now, it seems like someone may have been assisted, Genomus. Seeing as you are principal, did right before us, and I see no why I cannot take both of you. Let us know when you're ready to depart for Rabanasa. We'll travel on our own airship. The Prima Vista will draw too much unwanted attention. Yes, I will. Hold on, that cat moves out. But we have to meet a specific... One cat wanted in, the other cat wanted out.
Neko, neko, neko,
Yeah,
doa,
yeah.
doa, doa.
It broke? What broke? I broke a little bit. Ah. Anyways, we gotta go to Rabanasa to meet another person from Final Fantasy XII. Back to a life of brigading in the clouds, are we? Of course not. Nor not that it didn't cross our minds. When we're faced with the decision of what to do next, we simply remembered our dying words of our leader, Yujok, Renok, and I chose to re-enlist as the master Fuelicers. And occupying Garleans actually said yes, Kupo? No. Exactly. We're with the Resistance. You not doubt the uprising in Dalmasca that followed Doman liberation and how it was crushed under the Iron Heel of the 4th Legion? The resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed, yet much of the Empire's charge in the gruesome display only served to further rally survivors. Remove one head and 2 grown back in his place. Remove 2 and then there are 4. A person can die, but the ideal will live on. Now, there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lente's Tears. And we were told our commanding officer of a recent crossing with you and yours, and she simply insisted that we introduce you. What? Me? I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo! Not you, hairball, her!
Get that magul out.
Meet with the general and hear our proposal, Theresa. If you're not interested, we shall return you to Kidane unharmed. You have our... Her? Corel got your tongue? Yeah, no, it's Mont Blanc. Rabanasta, dead ahead, lads.
Remember to drink water.
Yes. Or any other beverage that will provide you with good substance.
Number water.
Yeah.
Nami, 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 nami.
This way, we have many moms to cover before nightfall. Yeah, this entire storyline of Return to Evil East storyline is a cross between the Tactics stuff and 12. Written by the guy who did Tactics and 12. For example, you have Mont Blanc, but also you have, like, mangas like this. And
まだ
also,
10ナッチョ
I've done you asked, I brought the Liberator. And here I thought she'd be taller. I'm fucking taller than
エアイ
you.
ズクラウド in 14?
Ren. Yeah. I knew it, a Viera. I'm Fran, proud daughter of Dalmasca and general of Linte's Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am a Viera. Are you surprised?
I imagined you to be taller.
Hello. Why, yes, in fact, I am. Her kind is all responsible for living amongst the trees and have shunned contact with the outer world, Kupo. There are supposedly a few have left their homes, but I certainly do not expect to see one here in the sewer. Fran, yes. Yep, indeed. The Bonga claims you seek Orban. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep within the Golmore jungle, a place sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense if you defile it with your presence. Well, what's more, Bragi tells you he travels with Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in ones who would do such? I've killed so many, though. And then you know if the Empire and its people is one and the same. When you slay the Imperial soldier, you are not slaying an individual. You're slaying the enemy. Your companions, Liberator, are the enemy, despite their supposed change of hearts. You misunderstand. Kind Germanus does not approve the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Dalmasca and her impoverished masses, Kupo. I don't know. Within that, I never cared much. Like, it's weird because Fran is kind of the Chewie of the game from 12 because she's next to Balsair.
She's my mommy.
My mummy. And what would Noogle know about my people? Does your blood run Damascus red? We would cut you open and find out. General, there's no need for threats.
She feeds me and take care of me.
You're right, Bragi. Then let's parlay. Parlay? Parlay. First, resistance requires men and women from Eorzea and the Eastern Alliances to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you or not. They will listen to the scions which you claim of legions. Second, the resistance requires gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are embedded with the East Alden Artane economy, which continues the dealings with Golemald even as you raise your swords against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of the aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Grant me these simple things that personally guide you to the safety of the ruins of Orban.
Do you think Sora will make an appearance
No.
in 14?
And what about the Lexan Tales? Steve, meet the victory, and I'll take you to the Emperor himself. These are my conditions. What say you? I'll say tell the scions, but I can't promise anything. Then tell my demands. Tell them my demands, but I know your fate as expedition hangs on how well you do so. I see we have a work cut off for us, Kupo. Bragi, you and your Fuelosos are accompanying the Liberator. I expect detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General.
Do you think Donald is the strongest mage in all
He can
Square
cast
Enix
Zeta
history?
Flare, so it kind of... Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You're a fool to trust them, Princess. The princess is alive. So the way I take it, and the way I've been kind of interpreting some stuff, is the worlds of Tactics in 12 are probably a part of the shards of Hydaelyn. I'm willing to put like a little bit of money on that. Just for the fact that if certain characters do kind of cross over, there's a chance that stuff like this could. Players and it pretty much is. What adventure, Koopa. Just to think about tomorrow, we can all be the newest members of the Dalmascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give my place on the Prima Vista just yet. Hurry, hurry, if I don't tell someone about adventure quick, I'm positively burst. Gotta take this short on pilot. You gotta offer a counter-argument, Lala. This woman asks much of us. If you have ever been wary of outsiders, for centuries there are many tribes that remain hidden in jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has their own strict code and meets swift punishment to anyone who defies these laws. As such, many of Viera spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. And while the tribes wholly independent, they agreed to uphold a single standard, shun all contact with outside world unless it's to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation, there are those Viera who long a life beyond the verdant seas of trees and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom cities. My guess is that Friend is one such individual. Who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kupo. It seems that Thrace's sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. You'll need to do the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the alliances and the Assault Artillery Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? Okay. As long as I do this through a link pearl, I'm okay. Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly. My superiors have come to a decision on your request, and I thought you wanted to hear what they had to say. Ow. Oh, and let me preempt the new quest for an immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste, and I shall duly appraise you of their judgment. Why throw? Stop throw. Well then, Theresa, what are we waiting for? We're waiting to... Why do I have to re-talk to you again? I've read about how you united the whole of Morosia on a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000 years conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or 3 a guild should be a piece of rolling berry cake. I suppose we should inform Boragi down the Kugane Lane of our progress. You mentioned he was keeping an eye on us? Why? No, why are y'all bonking me with the box on my head? That's like, that's dumb. Okay. Ah. Hey, Sean. So you answered from the false from me, South, not already impressive. It seemed like Lady Friend underestimated your influence amongst the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then. Until they deny my claim. Aha! Okay. If I head this way. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah? Oh. I almost had it. Very bizarre.
Bank.
There you go. Hancock erases the bazaar, shall we? Yes. We gotta see the cutscene. Stop chewing on things. Dumb cat, stop. Stop. Gotta tell the cat to stop because you're with wires. Controller wires, but wires nonetheless. A lovely lady in Abanga. And here I was expecting you would be alone, Theresa. Oh, but excuse my manners. I'm Hancock, representative of the East Aldenard Trading Company, assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Eastern Bow. And I'm Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. And not that far from the landing to... Bragi, was it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I've come bearing our nation's reply to your entry. And I am Tataru of the Science of Seven Dawn. I'm only here to no one else can be bothered. Well, that and to bear medicines from the leaders of Erosian Alliance. Thank you for coming, Bragi, former Damascus Royal Fulisars. I now claim allegiance to Lentant's Tears, a resistant group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamiga. What tidings have you brought us? Is it all bad? Allow me to begin with, then, while the East Aldenard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding we seek. As you are aware, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in neutrality, but it's in its matters of political or personal. What of a relationship with the Erosian Alliance? Yes. What I meant to say was, here in Hinganshi, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters of political and You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear we are somehow favoring that group over another. Seeing as we conduct our business openly and fairly with everyone, doing so would be sending the wrong message, and ultimately harm profits, yes. And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits while good men and women perish. How convenient. We are a business, my lady, and while we do much to survive, that does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Erosian Alliance in their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I'd provide you with little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend Theresa knows all too well, it is not my choice. Now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when informing you the Erosian Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance. And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-stage only to watch them politely decline our proposal, claiming it was unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources. Wait, how did you... Lord Hien seems greetings to you and yours, having recently found strength through a newly formed alliance with our neighboring nations. Doma is open to furthering welcome like-minded organizations. This includes our Damascus brothers and sisters still suffering under the imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming the kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the resistance leaders. You're not mistaken, our army is not what he was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge beneath the seas of Rabanastre. The 4th Legion has already defeated you once, lacking unity and leadership. The current resistance will not survive until another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Damascus as your ally, you must prove that you will stand as one. Doma as a fully fledged ally would serve far better to strengthen our cause than a few temporary soldiers. Yet, even if we were to wrest control of Dalmasca from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos will prove even more perilous to the kingdom. You understand much of our situation. And based on the understanding, you refuse to aid the Lente's tears, am I correct? Do not mistake me, Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help your plan to your next step. You have been wise master, he understands that without proper planning, driving one energies from your mist creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your responses were exactly what she expected. Eh? You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet you still let this farce play out? You have my apologies, but it is all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. Okay, we're out of a story again. Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you. Wait, what about the Goldenmore jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back where we started. Principal Genomus will not be pleased. You know what sucks is like I'm sitting there, I'm like principal, and it's like, it sounds weird. Bum 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 bum. All right, gotta go back to Prima Vista. I'm pretty sure we're. Oh, wait, where's that? Oh, here it is. Like, where's the Aetheryte shard again? Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Anyways, God, I forgot how long this one is. Stop running long. What? Am I supposed to be running with the weapons out? Is that how you want me to run? If it's as you say, it's much unfortunate, but I suppose we did everything in our power, and that's what all that one can ask. Still don't understand, why would Lady Fran send Theresa on this wild Palacia chase if she knew to start that would be for naught? Waragi mentioned something about Fran proving point to their leader, whoever they may be. People in positions of power can prove naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she was wrong might not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fall, however, is often the best medicine. Naive and stubborn, then the resistance is doomed. If a person is opposing a friend is taking orders from her, then chances this leader is even worse, Kupo. I will not be certain, Mont Blanc. My guess is the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and the Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through an example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is giving her the ability to learn and grow with them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the resistance before recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose? You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector. Have a good night, Galaxy. Sleep tight. The door was open. And you would be? I would be the one here on orders from the leader of Lente's Tears, against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, lady friend, I presume. I am Janolus Lexenthal, the principal of the Majestic Theater Company, and your colleagues are most welcome aboard the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? Well, you failed in the meeting of every single one of the demands. He recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and if their efforts, you are to be compensated. This is most generous. The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river source and its delta. Also, this part of the map is not shown until, like, now. And then they don't re-show this portion of the map until, like, the Endwalker map. You have our thanks, lady friend. We'll not forget our time, this father. I shall pilot a course immediately. Plot course. Ramza, what is going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are the guests? Have a good night, Avalon. It appears once again prepared to leap into dangerous maw. Keep your wits about you, Theresa. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so was Bagon. And oh, if you excuse me. Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the oath. Whoops, no. Nautilus. The what? There's no need to worry. Mikoto and I already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name. The Charlatan has no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if aught befell you? Mother, that's what this all about, isn't it? What if it's always been about? You not care about Evilise or the Aura name? No, you only seek the Aura site to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You do not understand what these shards translate one desires into reality. That is when I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is he who created the Aura site. Ultima has bid me to come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she can reveal unto us the secrets of her creation. Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. Your brother's right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, either of you. It is too late. What? Oh no. I am so lonely, father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me?
Oh no.
Do not be conned by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. I have my magic stick. Shit, that didn't do anything. Help me, Alma! No. No! That's for Finn. I told you, no one can control the power within those shards. No one. Theresa, here, take this. It might be the only thing that could save Alma, but we must hurry to that monastery. No, it never does. You have to pull. You have to actually do an effort, Ramza. Come, we leave for Goldmore Jungle, now! We gotta do it. We gotta do the cool dungeon, I think. You wanna take us there? No. Have I permission to depart, Theresa? Every moment we stay here, my sister, she... Yes, go ahead. Then hold on, I got the engine set to full speed. The fullest of speed. Totally full speed. Bum, 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 bum,
4
bum, bum.
hours.
5 hours? I know. It's not a 3 hour one like I thought it was. Let me look at quests. Welcome to their jungle. We only have one more, okay? After this one quest. Welcome to my land and my people. It seemed poor lie if I said I did not miss it some. Forest. And we still have to get, into the dungeon itself. Or raid dungeon. Alma!
Standing there, I realize you are just like me, trying to make history.
Hamza, help me.
Rally Machines, 3.
Oh, this time he did it. Alma! Be gone! Ow. Alma, Ramza! Ow, hurt my hand. Blood of the invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant, and grant unto me the vessel promised. Doink! What just... They yeeted Ramza pretty hard. Boggy, to me, the girl is not well. May I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista Cupo?
They love him long time.
No, no. Hey, look. Have you the courage to face true evil? What are you gaping at? The ship is this way, Kupo. Oh no. Flop, 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 flop. Flutter, 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 flutter.
Oh! Now you fucked up! Now you fucked up!
Alright, so we gotta do
Now
this,
you
and then we got...
fucked up! You have fucked up
Now Rams is gone? Oh, dearest Tia! What have I done? What have I done? The city of Lost
Now you
Angels.
fucked up. Now you fucked up.
Oh no,
Now you
we're
fucked
going to
up.
Los Angeles.
Now you fucked up. Now you
We need to
fucked
do
up.
something, but what
Now you
recourse is
have
left
fucked
to
up.
us? The only means we have to protect ourselves cannot even prevent my son from...
Why is Genomis RR Furin?
Mm. I am sorry, Genomus. My design was flawed. Not necessarily, Charlene. We saw how he succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Nautilus. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on affiliates, but what we've learned from them. But that being beyond the rift, it spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of the invokers. Could it be your ancestor be responsible for ultimate summoning? Most certainly not. I've discovered no such interference anywhere in the Durai papers. Besides, the tales of the High Seraph exist if far before even the earliest Evolution legends. Then who exactly did summon Ultima, and why does she think them as your kin? Look! I have a bad feeling about this, Kupo. Oh no, echo headache. Hey, we haven't had one of these in a while. Ramza, dead? You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Oran. I did not say he was dead, my lord, Delita. Merely that he has abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Arsite, sorry. But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Evilise. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, the victory is as much as it is mine. He risked his life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be sitting here before you, as my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights, to me, we ride for Orban. My warlord, wait! Ardori Galadivus, the first of the Zodiac Blaze, he was not the hero of the church, whatever you believe. He portrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only one of their lands chosen, only a warrior of light might stand against this threat. Yet while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing then? No, my lord Ramza. My brother, no, my lord Ramza is. My brother's final wish before he surrenders to the ether was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma, you're unhurt. I was led to believe none but Oran returned from Orban. What is it that you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us. To do what Heidelin herself did countless centuries past, imprison Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Ramza sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood will never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of this sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those who come before. If you truly avouch yourself as friend, you will honor this, his final plea. No, Ramza should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. My knight gallant. Have a good night, Mindbender. Okay. He is gone, my lord. Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Hyland, and for those one day, too, heed the crystal's call. Claim the throne, my friend, become ruler of Evilise, and restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. Wait, Ramza, don't leave me, please! I beg of you! You will make fine and just king, Delita. See, you do not stray far from that path. Ramza. Do. These stones and these two necklaces, are you certain they will guide heroes of the new era to Ramza? It was Ramza we wished, my lord. We're not at that point. Oran, I do not believe I could bear another farewell to say. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? It is but a matter of time before the cardinal and his temple knights grow wise to my past. I would have them believe. I would not have them have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramses beseeched me to strike his name for history, but like you, my lord, I cannot bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I pinned this chronicle to the hero's journey. I fear the world, however, is not ready yet for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they would confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than one most highly guarded within the vaults in all the realm? Then one day, when the church has fallen and out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered and truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Oran, but once the church learns of it, it was you who penned the chronicle. Your life. She's rubbing her womb. That must mean she's preggers. Wow, big headache. Teresa! Was the echo, wasn't it? And now I explain. Yep. Removal of Ramses' name from the history books, the Dorai papers, the pendant is all set in motion by Iran himself. And if liberated visions is to be taken as fact, it appears that we now know what the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. He was speaking of the ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Heidelin to serve as her warriors of light. But then why abduct Ramza or even Alma unless there's something you haven't been telling us? She was using us to lure Theresa. It is her vessel that the High Seraph desires. Matron's teats, Alma. How long have you been away? Oh shit, mother's tits. That's basically what she just said, right? I've been a fool. I told our leader it did not matter if her request was refused, for I had an alternative ploy. General! It's alright, Baragi. Yeah, my intention was to claim one of the our side in the name of the resistance and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean that the whole time you were playing us from the fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with long ears longer than mine, I always say. Wow, that's kind of racist as well. You have every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to see you and yours. I shall see you to Orban Monastery, and I ask not in return, but you let me join you in the rescue of Ramza. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do not do it for my people in both Golmore and Rabanasta. People may die if this High Seraph is to be allowed to return to power. Ba-da-da. All this and we hadn't even hit the crest accepted text. Okay. So, I'm gonna hit this button. It says 13 minutes. I need to go pee. Y'all get to listen to the music of this. I just sat home. Come on out. Going out. Dumb cats being dumb. That's not even a T. I'm not even T-posing. Oh. I'm staring off in the middle distance, wondering about my life choices. I'm like, yeah, true. It's like, my life choices, they're fine. Learn to T-pose. No. Actually, I could make myself T-pose, but I don't want to do that. It's stupid to make myself T-pose. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Ah. Boop, ba-doop, 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 ba. Ah, yeah. Come on. Waiting in queue is always fun. I went to 19 minutes. Amazing. In 19 minutes, middle of the night, Orban Monastery. This is gonna be fun. Time to do Twitter and people fucking spoil the word of the day for Wordle. Nice. Tim's on my time. God. Please allow me to queue. Wait. The wait time went down to 7 minutes. We might actually be getting it pretty fast. And then watch as another 19 minutes comes out. Can it pop, please? I mean, that's 4 DPS. Bum 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 ba dum ba da ba da ba ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da 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 da. Do 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 do. We gotta do the things and do 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 do. Bum 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 ba dum bum. Bum 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 bum. Can you please pop? Okay, now 10-minute wait, but if you lapse 11 minutes. Oh no, it is going to be the full 19 minutes. It's going to be like, nope. Come on. Proc, 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 so I can stop scrolling Twitter. So I can stop Twitter. There it is. No, I do not want to be I like how this one's now, like, banning. If somebody... I like that. I turn to look. Oh. We've hit, want to become famous hours. The Orban Monastery. TK, don't hug the bot, TK. Rude. I know. Well, the bots are not there to be hugged. They are there to be, banned. Only approved bots, like, only approved bots, like Nightbot, are allowed here. No! Don't include them in the mass hug. Herpes. Okay. Already? Wait, hold on. We have to... I need to heal. I need to heal. Oh no! A ghost! Oh no, now all of them on my dick. Why are all of them on my dick? Thanks, do your job. Do, 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 do. There it is, the monastery proper. Or one part of the monastery proper. No knife came up. Birds. Okay, it's time for the cool shit. Fight this robot. I think somebody left this dungeon. Ah. Because it seems like Alliance A is missing a member. Why? I feel like they turned around everybody too many times.
Dix!
Dix, hello, killers. You still awake? I see. Wait. Oh, I'm like, why did that guy die? And I realized it was the Dragoon, so therefore he obviously like took the fucking mechanic and was like, I could survive the mechanic. And it's like, no, you could not survive the mechanic, actually.
You shall promise. Promise won't save you from what comes next.
Good night,
Oh.
Wizard.
Hello. Well, have a good night, killers. You can always watch the VOD if you watch what I have to do. Which I gotta show this cool guy. I gotta show this robot my butthole. Wireless controller disconnected at the wrong time. Come on, reconnect. It ain't pussy. Anyways, I got it. What? Damn it. Why did I do that? I shouldn't have done that. Okay, get away from these two. Do 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 do. Oh, come on. Left hand gun. Okay, this one and this. Like right here? No, right here. Right here. Right here. Right here, everyone. I was right there. I didn't well. Wait, no. Hold on. One this way. Yeah, over here. This one's right. Midnight over monastery runs are not fun, I guess. And yeah, I can use this. Okay, wait, I gotta find where he is so I can show. There we go. That way. Legitimately could not because they keep on not showing Bussy. Of course. At least he'll be dead soon. Hopefully. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Dummy. Break. Come over here. People have no self-awareness, and then people wonder why I get mad at video games. All right, at least Mustachio, at least Mustard Man, can, you know, deal. Circuit. Circlet. Alright. I think we just have another boss. I think we get first two bosses, then we get an ad pack after that, and then the other two bosses.
Youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
Okay, whenever. Which one wants to pull? Because fucking hell. Oh, cool. I just watched that Dragoon take a fucking tank bus to cleave. Because why wouldn't they? Wait. Oh yeah, I do have one of these. Whoop. Man, the astrologians like Earth, heavenly ground, earthly whatever star. It's such like it's so huge.
Seven shadows cast, seven fates foretold, which at the end of the broken path lie death, and death alone!
Okay, was that everybody? No, there's still one more. Okay.
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder!
Oh god. Okay. We got a nice little thing in the middle here. Of course, half my people. Monk. And the monk's dead because the tick that happened
The
for
dreams
damage
may not
happened
come,
right
yet they
before
must
this
be
other tick.
embraced if they are to flourish. Have you the faith to do as much?
Okay, get the monk up. Pepsi Man some shit. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that helps. Oh, this is gonna be really fun. Oof. Oof. Oof.
Oh, divine light!
Fun, 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 fun. I wish I had my level 81. Where I can just shield everybody as well. That.
Joker.
Well aloft have spoken.
Nope,
Let their
Jogger.
words echo in your
Ah,
empty
cool.
soul. Ruination is come!
Do. Well. Let my dot off. Eh. I don't know why you did that. There it is. That nice little sound. Whoop.
Seven shadows cast, seven fates foretold, which at the end of the broken path lie death, and death alone!
I have a feeling that nobody broke the Dragoon out of their shit. That's what that felt like. Man, this is taking a lot longer than he normally does. Man, we're using the range LP3.
Well fought, champion. I leave you now to your quest. My Ophelia awaits.
Pass, don't need any gear. Don't need any gear. Coming up to 6 hours and we don't need any gear. Yes, the second trash pull of this entire dungeon. Evil lurks in here. Big fat buckle, the big fat buckle, the big fat buckle, so big. Come on, we need one more. Come on, come on. Wait, can I not hit that button? I feel like this thing should have died by now. All of them locked and loaded? Cool. I forget where B's supposed to go for the next boss.
Your coming was foretold, servant of Ivalice. Or perhaps you serve another. I am Count Sidolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here.
Waiting for them to pull. Waiting for someone to pull. Waiting for anybody to pull. Okay.
The hearts of men are black with corruption.
Only if I can find something without any kind of whoop. Hey, here we go.
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts
I do like
blinds mine
almost
enemy
every
and
boss in
tears
this
their
dungeon
flesh
because
asunder.
every single one of them has some cool ass fucking line.
Fates foretold, yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone. Open your eyes to the darkness and drown in its loveless embrace. The gods will not be watching.
Like every single one of these bosses is cool as fuck.
Misfortune hangs heavy on a head once held high. Such is poor cover for when the heavens fall. Come, show me more. To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment.
I know his tail has a head, and you fight him in 3 different ways.
As cold as
Are you
steel.
serious? Who fucking? Yeah, somebody's.
To live by the sword is to die by the sword.
Hold on.
There is time enough for regret in the flames
Wait, hold-
of hell.
Okay, wait, it's fine, it's fine. Never mind. I was like, wait, did they have another one? Okay, cool.
Honed is
There
the
was
blade
that moment. I'm
severs
like,
the villain's
if
head.
that fucking motherfucker wasn't going to sit there
Endless is
and
the
come
path
into
that
it.
leads him from hell.
Don't lead them into the thing. Cool. Okay, yes. Here we go. Gonna hit that. And just make himself get shields and heals. Just where's this one? Oh god. Well, that sucked. Where every position was right there. I'm just gonna go out here. Okay.
I am called the God of Thunder. You will now know why. Upon my holy blade, the very world lies in balance. And now the scales will tip. Come, show me more. A piteous display.
No, you.
Were you expecting a modicum of rust?
Okay, here we go. I need to make
You
sure
will
that.
find my defenses quite impenetrable.
Oh, you have to keep moving.
Escape is not so easily granted. They who dwell aloft broken. Let their
Oh, now we're
words
fighting the other one.
empty soul. Ruination is come.
Oh, this is the one where we have to be. Oh, cool. Wait, no, wrong button. I didn't want me to hit that button. I meant to hit these buttons.
Strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain.
Come on. Neat. Thunder God is a pain.
You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. Hark! The screams of ruin rise above the storm's discord.
Yeah.
Shudder not in her endless.
Yeah, I know. It's always that way. It's like, if you know what you're doing, which, I'll be honest, when I did this the first time, of course I did not know what I was doing. Why would you go across the... There you go. Hopefully nobody pulls when we get to the final boss. Especially since I'm gonna be sitting there watching that cutscene. Dragoon got hit. Of course the Dragoon got hit. It seems like there's a lot of new people.
Expecting a modicum of rust.
Yeah, sometimes.
The clouds have
There we go.
parted, and the
Like,
skies cleared.
I've gotten to the point where I'm decent at this. I was not decent at this, like, the first time around. Yeah, Thunder King is really good as a boss. Just design and just everything that is that character.
Is it sanctum you seek, my wayward children? Or perhaps you are come in search of power? That which lies at your feet, that blessed bauble can grant you both. You need but will it so. Now, take up your salvation and be gone. Mortal agency in matters divine shall not be suffered.
I thought I said Thunder God. Well, no, I probably said Thunder King because I'm being an idiot. Thunder God.
You shall rue the day you raised your eyes to the heavens.
The crystalline jail has been sealed.
Kneel before me.
Oh shit. Great.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
I think this is the boss that I will have the most trouble on because even I can't remember everything it wants to do.
Ink of blackest night, I summon you. Kneel before me.
Oh, have a good night, TK. I mean, it is going to be... I am getting pretty late. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that, like, Paper Bag decided to stream, like, pretty late in today, like, almost for, like, a while, I would have probably raided into him. Oh, hold on. This guy needs... I thought I was hitting him!
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
I had thought I had hit that character guy. Where are we going? Okay, just stay over here.
Death awaits defiance.
Oh shit. Yeah, I couldn't get over in time. Fuck.
Bear your steel.
Okay. Oh, I don't even have the...
Simmer as the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence. Your sins, your souls are undone. You will not intervene.
Okay, it's fine.
I am the only god.
I have like no MP left. Okay.
Few can claim to have endured the fight my will. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. Kneel before me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's always that part of the stuff where it's like, I don't remember if it's going to move.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath. Kneel before me.
Okay. God.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
This... Oh, I don't have enough. Wait, what did I get hit by?
Bend to my will.
Oh yeah, we're at this part. Oh yeah, I can't do shit. I can't heal or anything. Now I feel like reach here. Okay, good, that's fine. Man, it's usually at this point where she dies.
From ink of blackest night, I summon you. Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
Okay, there's that one, and the wind's gonna blow over this way. Oh god! Yeah, there's no way I was gonna not get hit. I don't have my quick.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Never mind, he fucking.
I see it now, in you. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
There we go. Did it.
I am your mother. I am your maker. I am Evilise. Consign me unto darkness, and your light will be
I don't care. Salmon Darkness. Mm. We did it. We beat the monastery. It's like 6 hours. Fucking what? Pass, 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 pass. I don't know if I have one of these cards. Oh, I rolled 19 on Rosma. Okay, I didn't get Rosma, so Ramza. Oh, God. Ow. 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 Oh, there's Ramza. He's awake, Kupo, but is it truly him? Yay, yay. Thank you all for coming to my aid. And you have my things, noble warrior of light. You have achieved what I could not. And you, bearer of my blood and the blood of House Durai, thank you for seeing my final wish fulfilled. My sacrifice has finally been given meaning. I'm assuming these are all super important Final Fantasy Tactics characters that I have no idea about. Now, my friends, let us retire to Mother Heidelin's bosom so that we might finally rest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, both Tactics and Tactics Advanced Moogles have the very same kind of weirdness to them. Farewell, you are the true heroes of this story. Assume no, this I thought. Delita, how I've missed you, old friend. Ghosts. Forgive me, Ramza. You've deserved better when history gave you. I could have done more. I am truly sorry. The countless centuries did I long for the day that I might meet once again, and now that it's time to finally come, Heidelin beckons us both. Except that doesn't make any sense, because that's still before, like it's done because they're making this seem like tactics took place before 12. Tactics Advance is not even the same thing. Like, Tactics Advance is like fiction. Like, it's like, oh, I wanted to go to this world, and this world is fake. It's an isekai. Isekai to a fake world. I'm sorry, Ramza. Alma, I convinced myself my research was the most important thing in my life, all the while you two were standing before me. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive your father? No! It's alright. We're still here, are we not? Can you forgive me? No! And we triumphed. We proved your theory true. Evilise existed, Ramza existed, and Oran Darai was not a heretic, but a hero. Now all that remains is to tell it to the world. No, my son. We needn't burden ourselves further. But father, we cannot allow our ancestors' name to remain... And we will not, yet simply not in the manner you think. I shall be adding a final act to the Zodiac Brave story, telling how Ramza, the forgotten hero, and his chronicler Oran Durai smote the Angel of Blood and saved Evilise from the Age of Darkness before quietly embarking on their final journey that will take them far beyond the horizon. And of course, I will not leave out those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramza, without whom the young noble would surely have perished. Is that what you truly want, Father? For the story to end? It will only end on the stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. King Delita and Oran envisioned a Virgo as a beacon which lead future generations to the truth about the founding of the kingdom. They were right, and just as the pendants guided us, now we shall guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. I would offer you my thanks again, Theresa, but thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you've given us. Perhaps after I complete the Zodiac Brave story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary Warrior of Light and her adventures across the three great continents. Then you'll have the work out of you, my friend. Theresa has enough battles under her belt to fit at least 3 tomes, if not 4. Would you stop doing that, Sid? And her tale is far from over, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Yay. Oh yeah, they kind of made this kind of like the Tantalus, didn't they? Alright, this is the final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. Positions, everyone. Yes, Principal. Lights. Music. There will be no mistakes from you two. Am I clear? Mother Crystal clear, Kupo. They're going to perform the new final act. Begin! What will we ever do? The church is burned as heretics. No home awaits us in Evilise. We shall embark on a journey together. Together? Together! The crystal's call has been answered and evil vanquished from the land. We are now free to soar like the griffin. Free? But how? by casting off our noble names and forging a new path, one not bound by fate. Are you talking about the world of darkness? On the path that we shall meet new friends, make a new family. I did it when it was kind of current, so it's kind of fine. And until then, we shall entrust the tale of our deeds to those who may carry our legacy for all eternity. Oh, Crystal Town. Yeah, no. I did Crystal Town during the Realm Reborn, so it never was that bad because it was current. In sword etch his fading memories. In stone he tempered his skill. By sword attested, by stone revealed. Their tale can now be told. Bravo, bravo, you're both wonderful. Clappity clap, clap, clap. I'm inclined to agree with Lady Marrow's sentiment, but there's always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone. Again from the top. Again, I've had enough of this. I was promised a starring role. Kupo, it's in my contract. Oh, hush, brother, before Gymnast has his back polishing boot buckles again. Meanwhile, in the clockwork city of Galg. I hate that I have to... I can't deal with this. I can't show what what happens as a continuation because there's no New Game Plus for this. No. I'm not gonna do that for the other thing. Well... Sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show what technology utilized here provides striking similarities to our own. Oh, this is Skabranth also, so just note that, like, Boss von Ronsenberg's brother, yeah, that's him. I'm just gonna say it. Excellent. Let the Aurorsians play with their babbles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless. Is it his son in this version? A weapon powerful enough to carve a path that lead to the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this Tartarus. Wouldn't you agree? To be continued in the Relic Quest in Shadowbringers. Basically, Relic Quest is like reviving Baja, one of the lands freed from the Empire. And essentially you learn about Baja's history, and it's led by the leaders of the Fourth, which are Gabranth and a bunch of other things, and they kind of fail in retaking Baja and they move back to Dalmasca. That's kind of its like storyline. I'm doing that because I can't New Game Plus it, and I'm not doing it on the stream character. Well, wasn't that an adventure, Theresa? It's sad to think that we must soon part ways with all that we've been through in these past few moons. Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Garleans, Gymnast has decided to purchase a permanent berth at Kugani for the Prima Vista. Supposedly, he has already received petitions from hundreds of Geico and Guinan to join the company. And then, as a matter of my assignment, you'll be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? You expect to went right to expose when off battling forces of evil from beyond the void? Don't you worry, though. A few more weeks and have a draft. Alright, an outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kugane a while longer. At the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell. Okay, there is technically one other story to the Evilise questline. And I hate there's one last story. The company bell has awakened small lives enough to give you a considerate pause before engaging in the Bacon Love and Vixen. Adventure, I suppose you're running for another quest. This doesn't happen. Might have some of the needs fetching. Don't dare use that for what? Fetching? Pah, I mean no offense. Well, this is most certainly not how one nice and important led me to believe you react. Once you've calmed down, feel free to stop by again. I'm not stopping it. Fucking God, no. Of course I'm left to serve. Speak with the Dramaga dump. Theresa, Jim has told all about adventures. The War Monastery and Necrohall of Mulande. Such fascinating sounding locales, such don't enemies how to spell them though. Yes, as soon as I was amazing wine it was, I must admit, vintages and palais and whatever. And I agree with my palate, but how I was wrong. Let me just look and see if there was any other steps. No. Not only as best as I've ever had in my time, it's one of the best I've ever. I simply have some more, so no. The fact that you have to complete this quest to unlock New Game Plus, I went and purchased the entire crate of stuff. Ha 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 ha. Oh God. How much money did you pay? And I gave him quite a deal, I might add. Which is not easy, seeing as there is no great demand for the bottles of Sud Vlodge throughout the three great companies. How did you come here? Why did you pop up? Oh, I reserve my judgment for the variety of Hancock's deal, but even if the price doubled, it would have been more than worth it. Fortunately, I really sold my entire collection of works to a little playhouse on Kagane Dore. The Muji Koza, I believe they call themselves. These Hikan words leave my tongue in knots. And scored myself a tidy profit. Well, have a good night, Maverick. We're about to wrap up anyways. The price of a single bottle more than a house in the mist, you say? Ha! More than a birdhouse, I suppose. Oh, you were serious? Well, then I can inform you that that's most definitely not the case. Even during shortages, I've never asked more than, say, 20 or 30,000 gil for a bottle. 40 if a buyer's wearing silks. You say Magic Gege Ruju provided you with this misinformation, did he? Why, the conniving devil. Well played, you little lecherous Lalafell, you. I mean, that is terrible. What a terrible thing for him to do. Wait, was that the Dalmascan wine we procured from Magic Gege Ruju some moons ago in exchange for one of his bottles of Suj Vlodge? Do I, want to know what this is about, Hancock? Probably not, but I sound enlightening you anyways. Well, it sounds like you and Hancock may cry the cunning devils, Theresa. Still, I do feel somewhat responsible for the whole mess. As an apology, I might offer you a bottle of vintage Suj Vlange. No, of course not. Then what can you say a bottle of Dalmascan? You can exchange it with the bottle you gave Master Gege Ruju and absolve yourself of all wrongdoing and whatnot. No, I don't care. Fuck him. You're probably wondering where my final bottle of General Damascus Red, considering the hells you went to negotiate and simply find an empty bottle. Well, that, my distrustful friend, is where Hancock comes in. Oh yes, I do. Just have a bottle of Damascus wine on my person this very moment. 3, in fact. Why 3? Hmm? Yeah. The bottles look different. And why do I carry the bottles of the rarest wine and Oathard on my person, you ask? I am not at liberty to say. If you must know, I acquired them from one of my acquaintances in Robin Oster. Alright. I purchased them from Lady Fran. Is that all I think it is? Enough Dalmascus Red to keep the Bonga happy for a long time. Among the royal summoners, there was a Vieira like Lady Fran. When word came from the Garleans for approaching, she ordered the entirety of Royal Palace cellars delivered here while they be safe from the Empire. Seeing as the situation with the palace what it is, I don't believe anyone will let mine lint tears using the wine to say, fill the resistance coffers. So, what is your offer? If I may bottles and make it to the market, the price will fall like a verbal from an oak. I would be ruined. And here I thought you say you were a shrewd one. Now, if I were to acquire this much wine, I reckon I only release a few bottles at a time to ensure, what would you call it, maximum profits? Riork, and there's no seed to be rude to our guests. You told me before that the East Aldenar Trading Company could not provide the Damascus resistance with aid that would not be good for business, so I offer you something that will. Do you accept? Not that it transpired or anything like that, mind you. So, would you care to purchase the bottle? I jest. Now take a bottle and consider my Apollo. Consider it the last you'll get from me. Take 2 bottles? All 3? Yes. We're gonna get blitzed tonight, boys. Enough, Tracy. Perfect. Look at these losses, miss. Just to a mortal. 3 bottles is more than fair enough to see your wounded honor restored. What are you talking about? I'd sell it too. Fuck Gege Ruja. Think of it this way, Therese. I had not saved the world from Ultima's Bane. The High Seraph and I most definitely not destroyed all the wine in the monastery simply out of spite. Meaning you're entitled to at least those 3. And if you do desire, you can take one of those bottles back to Costa del Sol and set things right. And if something tells me Master Gege Ruju won't take kindly to you waltzing in his manner and demanding the exchange bottles for no apparent reason, perhaps you can enlist the aid of the Vintner from Wineport? Maybe what's his name again? Shamwal, Shaman, Sharanani? Shamani Lamani. And since we have to. Man, this has gone on for as long as other quests have in other game. When I was doing other things. What did you say you have in possession a bottle of genuine Damascus Red? By 12, where did you find it? Amazing, simply amazing. It's safe to assume that it's right here to pass wrong. It won't involve a fancy bottle full of falsehoods and fabrications. Well, I'm more than willing to help you out and sort this disordered mess. If I had something to say back then when I learned you'd be trading a bottle of Valence from mere shoot of odds, none of us would be in a position in the first place. I shall accompany you to Master Gege since I explained to the man that the bottle you gave him had not been stored properly and that we have come to exchange it with one that has. He certainly believed that the claim from me, his most trusted supplier. Oh, thank God they're teleporting me there. Boy, Shamani, I'm here to say such careless mistake was made on your watch. My deepest apologies, Master Gege Ruju. I was not made aware of the error until recently. I've since been seeking to procure a replacement, the one I've come bearing today. Would you care to partake in this aroma? I found recognizable hints of kukuru cinnamon, and if you hold the goblet just the right angle, freshly cut rosemary. A veritable kaleidoscope of both opulence and refinement, if I do say so. Without question, this bottle most certainly contains none other than the Maskin Valens. I shall judge with that. Yes, a floor bouquet of wooden distinctions hunkered beneath a rhapsodic veil of undertones and, what you said. Yes, this is around that event is Le Monde. I will accept your apology and allow the exchange. You two, fetch me the bottles now. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Yay! Certainly, for money. Again, my apologies, Mr. Gegeruju. I shall endeavor to prevent any similar oversights in the future. You have my word. Yes, yes, but may I ask, what exactly are your plans for that bottle? This, why dispose of it, of course. It's far too foul to even flavor a stew. Then wouldn't you mind say if I keep it, would you? Well, keep it, but why? What do you think there's going to be made? A little wax on the top, and I convince my fool colleagues like the Nuldad that this is authentic sealed bottled Damascus red. And once the bidding ends, I'll have enough to make another wing for my manor here. Master Gigaruju, knowing presently that someone with a bottle of wine understood to be inferior quality, that would be, I could have never allowed for such a thing. Never, never! What's the one little bottle? I'll even give you a cut of the profits. A small cut. I said never! And I said, ah! Oh, oh no. Oh no. Now look what you've done. Ladies, hurry up and collect those pieces. I have some animal glue in the bungalow. Yep. Okay. I could take to you too. Yeah. Sure. I just want to get out of New Game Plus mode. All well ends well, I suppose. The important thing is that we change those bottles. Now, how do these all going to affect my future dealings with Master Gegeruju? You let me worry about that. What's this? The second bottle of Le Monde? For me, you know I can't accept such a gift. There's literally thousands more where this came from. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I can. Well, thank you again for the wonderful gift. As a fine wise, rarely am I allowed the luxury of partaking in my own supply. I shall truly make this exception. Perhaps I'll even allow old Brown get in the glass, half a glass. Here's to hoping to inspire his winery to grow even greater heights. Another bottle. I see this sticking the cork from my pocket. God, those things are truly bottomless, are they? As well as happy as I would be to take it off your hands, I believe there's always far more deserving nigh. You find the poor dress as he always was. The one to Gegeruju. One to Shamini. And then one to the dressed. Yeah. I even haven't done my dailies for today. Granted, all it would take is one expert and one alliance raid to finish out that stuff. And then everything else is just for leveling red mage at this point. The bottle, where did the sin home? I'm sorry, I don't deserve this. It was my wife who always saved the corks. Do you think she'd forgive me if I told her I wasn't coming back? Would my brothers in arms, would they allow me this respite? Maybe it's time I ask them. They'll all be here soon, just like they are every night. But tonight I've brought them something. Thank you, friend. Thank you. Boom, boom, bum, 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 bum. Not yet. We'll see in a second. Because since I'm running so late, I would have done paper bag, but like I think he's not even streaming right this second because he was streaming most of the day. So obviously he would need some rest. And you're back and far quicker than last time. Everything without nary a hitch, I presume. It's truly, truly wonderful to hear. I'm not simply saying that because it's been nagging in my gut that followed me since I asked you to fetch me some wine that fateful day. Please, accept this as a token of my gratitude. And I've been told your adventuring types collect them as well. I'm not sure what that was. But yeah. That is technically all of Return to Evilise. We just had to do the last thing. God. Hold on, that's last week's. Last week's schedule, or this past week's schedule. Properties. Give me a second. Pictures. Where's my new picture? So, Sekiro on Sunday, Star Fox will be finishing Star Fox on Monday. Tuesday will be Gex. Sekiro again on Wednesday. Thursday is big question marks because of my original plan. See, my original plan fell through because I'm going to need to get the DualShock 3 working right. But I guess since I hit that sub goal, it's going to be Deadly Premonition. I'll probably make a change before I post it to my Twitter. And Saturday, of course, Friday, you know, more Friday Fantasy 14. We'll be doing something I hope is shorter. We'll be doing the Four Lords. Never, probably not. No, Nopers. God. I didn't expect it to take this long. So, let's see. I only got 10 of people I'm following on fucking... Okay, I guess Bag is still live. We're doing Bag. Bag. No, that's not how that works. Anyways. Thanks for coming out tonight. Stay safe. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. I mean, no, not tomorrow night. No stream tomorrow night. Never mind. I'll see you Sunday for Sekiro. Have a good night and have a good weekend. Oh god, I need to rest my voice. Please, please, please.